LoveLore Library. Chapter 508. Because you weren't a zombie before. What if you went crazy because you didn't take your medicine? After confirming Lin Qiao's current identity, they were a little afraid. Lin Qiao rolled her eyes and said to them, "I'm telling you, I can read your mind now. Don't say bad things about me in your heart, I will hear it. Also, it's not impossible that I went crazy because I didn't take my medicine. After all, even a normal person will go crazy, let alone a zombie like me now." Then she held her chin and thought for a while, then said, "Maybe there will be such a day. But when a woman goes crazy, most of them are trapped by love. It seems that I'd better stay away from men. Fortunately, my feelings for Yang Jianhua haven't reached that point, otherwise I would really go crazy." Duanwan and the others looked at each other and felt that what she said seemed to be right. Fortunately, Lin Qiao didn't fall in love with Yang Jianhua. Otherwise, she would have been deceived and betrayed by a man she fell in love with. He destroyed the base she built and killed so many people. Most women would probably hate him to the point of going crazy. 3 hours passed quickly. Lin Qiao wore sunglasses and went downstairs with them. When she went out of the gate, she saw that there were less people in the square. Those who were willing to go, including normal people, psychics, the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled, all added up to less than 3,000 people. Duanwan looked at the people standing in the middle of the square, and then looked at the people who were standing far away, indicating that they were ready to stay. She said loudly, "You have made your decision, right? Then, don't regret it. I have given you 2 chances to grasp it." Then she waved to Li Hongxing and Ding Datong behind her, and she went back. Li Hongxing and Ding Datong came out and said to the people in the middle of the square who were ready to go with them, "Now, those who can still move, help those who can't move, or those who can't. Let's walk out of the gate first. When we get outside the base, someone will come to pick us up." "Someone? Who?" "Yes. How can there be people outside? How come we don't know? If there is someone outside to pick us up, then we also have to go." "Yes. You didn't tell us if there is someone picking us up, too selfish." Their words immediately made those who were preparing to leave rejoice, while those who were planning to stay became excited. "Why should we tell you? Listen, we're not obligated to take you away. We just want to help you, but we also have conditions. This is your guts. From last night to this morning, we've given you 2 chances to leave with us. But all of you are afraid of death, afraid of the long and arduous journey, afraid of danger, and so on. Don't tell me they are not afraid. I don't think they know about this." Li Hongxing shouted loudly and pointed at those who were willing to go with them in the end. "Our opportunities are only given to those who will seize them. If you have any dissatisfaction, then you can only blame yourselves for not fighting for it. We've also left everything in this base to you. We've already done what we should." Everyone fell silent. Li Hongxing was right. They had no obligation to protect them now. This was the law of nature in this world. The strong were respected. Opportunities were left for those who were willing to take risks. At this time, Lin Qiao suddenly walked out and waved at Li Hongxing and the other man to stand at the back. She clasped her hands behind her back and calmly looked at everyone below. 10 or 20 seconds later, she said loudly, "I'm the one who made this condition. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? People who don't even have the guts to leave this base, how can they get better treatment in this post-apocalyptic world? Moreover, we've already given you 2 chances. LoveLore Library. What else is there to be dissatisfied with?" Speaking up to here, she stopped and looked at the people below who were still dissatisfied. She continued, "Well, I'll give you one more chance. If anyone can pass through the zombies outside the wall, then I'll take them away. Listen carefully, this is the last chance. Lin Chao letting Duanwan and the others do this was meaningful. These people were only willing to hide in this destroyed base because they were afraid of the various dangers outside the walls of this base. If she forcefully took them away, or used the better conditions of the new base to take them away, they would only regard it as Duanwan's obligation and not be grateful. Because they didn't realize that even if Duanwan and the others had the ability, they had no obligation to protect everyone who was weak. The reason why Duanwan and the others wanted to take them away was purely out of kindness and kindness. But these people regarded it as their obligation and took it for granted. This was obviously a kind of ungrateful and selfish mentality. If these people followed them, they would not be rewarded for their kindness. Therefore, Lin Chao felt that even if they wanted to take these people away, they must first change their mentality. In this world, no one has the obligation to protect anyone, so if you want to survive, you need to rely on yourself to grasp the opportunity. She said lightly. Her words made everyone speechless. Lin Chao looked at the people in the middle who had been determined to leave and said, "Let's go." Then she jumped down and walked in the direction of the base's gate. Duanwan and the others behind her also jumped down and followed her out. After Lin Chao and the others walked out first, the people in the middle of the square supported each other and walked out together. When a large group of people finally arrived outside the base, they saw a dense wall of zombies. Everyone couldn't help but stop at the gate. How do we get there? Keep going. Lin Chao didn't stop walking and shouted loudly. Duanwan and the others behind her did not make a sound and quietly followed her towards the zombies. Are we going to go there like this? Ding Datong supported his sister and said with some doubt. Although he knew that Lin Chao was now a zombie and definitely had a way to control these zombies. But when he thought of approaching these disgusting and terrifying zombies without any defense, he could not help but feel a little scared. What are you afraid of? Look at your sister, she is not afraid. Duanwan looked back at him with contempt and pointed at Ding Rulan. Ding Rulan just looked at everyone blankly. It was not that she was not afraid, she just believed that with these people here, she would be fine. A typical blind reliance. Ding Datong looked down at Ding Rulan and remained silent. Because he wasn't the one he was worried about. Chapter 509. Lin Chao walked in front and said, "With me here, they won't dare." Hearing Lin Chao's words, Ding Datong felt slightly relieved. Apart from a few of them who had stronger abilities, the people who followed Duanwan and Li Hongxing to survive outside were the ones who followed them. Even a few children boldly followed them. After all, they had been led through the zombie wall once, so they weren't afraid of the second time. When Lin Chao was getting closer and closer to the zombies, the distance between them shortened to 10 meters, and the zombies in front of her began to move. They began to retreat. When Lin Chao took a step forward, they all took a step back. Slowly, a gap appeared on the side. Finally, when Lin Chao walked to their original position, the zombies had already retreated. Seeing Lin Chao walk to the middle of the zombies, the surrounding zombies all avoided her, leaving the space around her. Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't know what expression to make. "What are you guys doing? Follow her." When Duanwan walked to Lin Chao's side, she looked back and found that there were less than 30 people on their side, and they were all the people who followed her outside. The people who had been staying in the base were now standing outside the gate dozens of meters away from them, staring at them blankly. "Let me tell you one more time, you only have one chance." Qian Xiaoai suddenly turned back and shouted at them. Then she turned around and followed Lin Chao through the zombie passage without looking back. When Lin Chao walked past, with her as the center, the zombies on both sides kept a distance of 5 meters from her. So the 5 meters on both sides added up to 10 meters wide, forming a zombie passage. But when Lin Chao walked further and further, the zombies that had previously given way began to slowly move back to their original position. But there was still a small passage left, but the width was about 1 to 2 meters, not as wide as before. When Lin Qiao walked past, although she didn't speak, her consciousness could already convey information to the ordinary zombies around her. So when she walked far away, the zombies' path narrowed. It had shrunk from the original 10 meters to 1 or 2 meters, and the pressure was different. After passing through the group of zombies, Lin Qiao began to release the cars from the space one by one. She took out all the cars that she had collected and placed them on the ground. She also took out the 10 chariots that she had handed over to Yang Jianhua. He even placed a dozen barrels of gasoline in front of the car. There were all kinds of cars here. There were also several trucks and vans, so Lin Qiao was not worried that these cars could not take all the people away. It was just that she had collected a lot of gasoline previously, and this time, she would probably have to use up a lot of it. Lin Qiao's heart ached as he looked at the dozen barrels of gasoline. Duanwan and the others watched as Lin Qiao walked past. Cars suddenly appeared in the direction she stretched out her hand. By the time she came back, there were several rows of cars, big and small, parked there. There were even more cars than there were in the garage. Holy shit! So many! Qian Xiao's eyes widened. Her eyes were glowing green, and she was about to drool. Hey, wipe your saliva. Duanwan glanced at him and said snappily. However, her eyes were also very surprised. She did not expect Lin Qiao to have such a large space that could store dozens of cars inside. Lin Qiao pointed at the dozen barrels of gasoline and said to Qian Xiao little a, Hongxing. Bring people to fill up these cars. As she spoke, she threw out some small barrels and tools for loading oil. Yes. All of you, come here. Qian Xiao and Li Hongxing immediately shouted to the people who followed them past the group of zombies. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. They blinked a few times and realized that they were really not dreaming. They immediately went forward to help. Duanwan waved to the children who wanted to help last time. You guys don't need to go. Come and stand here. Oh Sister Wan, we can help too. A few children reluctantly walked over to Duanwan, but their eyes were staring at the cars. There were both new and old cars, and they were all low-priced models. In this post-apocalyptic world where there were roadblocks everywhere, sports cars were useless. The most useful ones were off-road vehicles. At this time, the eyes of the people at the entrance of the base lit up after Lin Qiao took out the cars and gasoline. They could not help but take a few steps forward, but soon they saw the zombies again, which immediately made them return to reality. Now they finally regretted it. Why didn't they just walk behind their bosses? It was a very wide path just now. Now looking at the passage that was less than 2 meters wide and the countless zombies that stretched out their arms and roared, they wanted to cry. Let's go. Captain Qian just said that this is the last chance. Maybe later even this passage will be blocked. Suddenly, someone in the crowd at the entrance gritted his teeth and said. Then someone came out from inside, took a deep breath towards the zombie passage, and walked forward bravely. After seeing one person take the lead, there was a second, a third, and then everyone followed one after another. When the first person carefully walked into the crowd of zombies, he was scared to death, and the expression on his face was about to cry. When he walked a few steps, he found that although these zombies stretched out their claws to grab him, their feet couldn't move. He suddenly realized this point. After suddenly realizing this, that person shouted, "Ah," and then ran forward desperately. His shouting and running stimulated the people behind him, and they all followed, "Ah," and ran over. Those who were unable to move or had some injuries didn't care about them anymore. She hopped and stumbled as she rushed over. Lin Qiao laughed mischievously like a fox when he saw these people rushing towards him as if they had just challenged something incredible. Well, sometimes people need to be forced, otherwise how could they have such an exciting experience? Right? She smiled, revealing her white teeth, and said to Duanwan. Duanwan rolled her eyes at her and said, "You're acting up again." This kind of thing was done by Lin Qiao many times in the past, so Duanwan calmly followed her through the zombie passage. Lin Qiao spread out her hands, tilted her head, and said indifferently, "People's potential needs to be stimulated." Chapter 5:10. The people who ran over all sat on the ground in exhaustion. They looked back at the zombie tunnel that was more than 10 meters long. They couldn't believe that all of them came over. Although it was only more than 10 meters long, the zombies on both sides were reaching out their hands and scratching non-stop. Their faces were missing an eye, a nose, and a mouth. It was simply too terrifying. They almost couldn't help but pick up their guns and shoot at them. But they didn't know what the consequences of doing that would be. Anyway, it wouldn't be any better than now. Seeing that most of the people in front had rushed through the zombie tunnel, the people behind were not afraid anymore. Anyway, they were all excited, as if they were challenging something fun. Anyway, as long as their lives weren't in danger, there was nothing to be afraid of. It was just that the zombie tunnel was a bit too narrow. They couldn't rush through together. They could only go through one by one. However, it didn't take long for 2,000 to 3,000 people to rush over and gather in the vacuum isolation zone outside the zombie horde. When they finished, some of the people who didn't plan to leave changed their minds when they heard that there were cars outside. Originally, when they saw the zombie group, they wanted to retreat. But suddenly, there was a zombie tunnel, and the people in front had all passed through safely. So these people wanted to secretly rush through, but at this moment, the zombies suddenly moved again. The tunnel began to merge. You thought about it, you can, but you can't pass through the tunnel. Lin Qiao jumped on top of a truck and said to the people who were blocked by the zombies. Duanwan began to take the names of the people who were sitting on the ground one by one, and then marked them. Especially the man who took the lead. She counted him and the people behind him as part of the team. You guys, when you arrive at the new base, join the city guards. She said. Really? Those people were stunned for a moment, then their expressions immediately turned into surprise, and their eyes lit up as they looked at Duanwan. Yes, someone gave me a promise. When we arrive at the new base, Deputy Leader Yuan will arrange for you guys. Duanwan glanced at Lin Qiao on top of the truck, then looked at those people and said. Those people looked at each other, their expressions were very happy, and they didn't know what to say. Can we really do it? Every base had its own city guard. They were in charge of public security within the city, and were generally treated worse than the troops that had to go out of the city. However, he could only be promoted to the base's army after joining the city guards. Because the base's army was for the outside world, the soldiers needed had to be elite soldiers or metahumans. Otherwise, the outside world would be more dangerous than the inside of the city. However, their treatment was also very good, and they were respected by everyone in the base. Although he couldn't be compared to the members of the corpse hunting team who often went on missions, this was still a public office, and it was glorious. For ordinary people, this was a glory that was very difficult to obtain. It can't be helped. All the information in our base has been destroyed, so the new base can only recruit new troops. Duanwan sighed. If he still had that information, he would have been part of the establishment and could be reinstated. However, the people in front of Duanwan were not. They were originally just ordinary people in the base. They didn't join the city guards, nor did they join the other corpse hunting team, because others didn't want them, and they couldn't meet the requirements of the city guards, so they could only muddle along in the base. At this time, Duan suddenly said that they could join the new base's city guards. For them, happiness came too suddenly. With a position, there would be a job. With a job, there would be food to eat, subsidies, and a place to live. Duan pointed at Lin Qiao, who was standing on the roof of the car, and said, "She has the final say in the future." Then, regardless of the puzzled eyes of the people, she continued to call out names. Lin Qiao stood on the roof of the car, looked down at the people in front of her, and said, "Now, if you want to go with us, then you have to crawl through the zombie horde yourself. I can guarantee you that they won't attack you. If you don't have the guts, it's best to stay where you are and not come out. Why must we pass through the zombie horde? Since you have a way to control the zombie horde, why don't you just make them scatter?" Some people were dissatisfied, and pointed at Lin Qiao and scolded. Lin Qiao just looked at those people with a faint smile, and the corner of her mouth under the sunglasses only curved up. "If you can't even pass through this, then you don't need to come to the new base." Because the new base was originally surrounded by the zombie horde, if these people didn't get used to the zombies under her control, then they might not be able to survive in the new base, so it was better to let them continue to stay here. Lin Qiao waited and watched them, but this time, no one dared to rush out like before. Because this time, there wasn't even a passage. If they wanted to pass through, they would definitely brush past the zombies, and then wouldn't it be easy to be infected by the zombies? So, Lin Qiao continued to wait for another hour, and there was still no one standing out, let alone trying to get close to the zombie horde. She sighed. Originally, as long as these people were willing to let them pass, she would continue to make way for the zombies, but in the end, these people made her very disappointed. Because these people didn't believe her, then there was no need to continue to spend effort on them. She turned her head and said to Duan beside her, "Okay, let everyone get in the car." Duan nodded and immediately said to everyone, "Okay, everyone start to get in the car. Get in one car at a time. When the car in front is full, then get in the car behind." Everyone began to slowly get on the truck, then the truck, then the truck, then the tank. Finally, all kinds of off-road vehicles were filled with people. Finally, after everyone had gotten in, there were still a lot of empty cars. Lin Qiao walked over and put the empty cars into her space, then she walked to the front of the first off-road vehicle and sat down. "Let's go." Their car was the first to move, followed by the two tanks, then the off-road trucks, and finally a few tanks. The people who stayed in the original Hell King's base watched as their car left. Then the zombie horde slowly followed behind them, and soon, the base's wall became empty. So Lin Qiao began to lead a group of zombies out of the Hell King's base. The majestic fleet of cars followed the majestic zombie horde. If someone passed by, they would certainly be shocked. Chapter 5:11. In the new base in the uptown, after Long Yubai fled, Wu Qingyue found that he really couldn't help much here. So he took Wu Yueling and his men to send the supplies back to his base, and then began to distribute winter supplies to the ordinary residents in the poorer areas of the base. And because of Yang Chao's energy crystal nucleus, Xiao Yunlong has been promoted to an elementary level 7 ability user, so Wu Qingyue and Zhou Shihui handed over Yang Chao's previous position as the leader to him and let him manage that part of the base. So Wu Qingyue suddenly became a leader without a deputy leader, but he didn't care. Anyway, there were Xiao Liqing, Mo Li, Li Yushan and others by his side. Although these people were only rank 5 metahumans, their abilities were still very good. As for Meng Yu, you want to go to Yunlong's side? Are you still angry with me? Wu Qingyue sat at the desk in the office and looked at Fang Mengyue standing in front of the desk with some surprise. Meng Yu's eyes were still very resentful when she looked at him, but her obsession with Wu Qingyue seemed to have disappeared a lot and became a lot calmer. Maybe after so many days, she also thought through a lot of things. In addition, these days, Xiao Yunlong has been thinking of various ways to divert her attention, so she now wanted to transfer to Xiao Yunlong's side to help. Yunlong is going there now, he has just taken over the situation there must be a lot of things to do, I want to go and help. She looked at Wu Qingyue and said. That's good, if you are willing to go, of course I agree. Wu Qingyue saw that she was willing to come to find him for a transfer, and his heart was relieved. It seemed that this girl was no longer avoiding him, which meant that her anger should have subsided. After signing Meng Yu's transfer order, she left. Not long after Meng Yu left, someone came to find Wu Qingyue. Looking at the tall beauty walking in, Wu Qingyue looked at her in surprise. Beauty Yan, why do you have time to come here? It was Zhou Shihui's deputy leader, Yan Fangyu. Her beautiful face carried a generous smile as she said, What, Leader Wu doesn't welcome me? Wu Qingyue invited her to sit on the sofa, poured her a glass of water and said with a smile, Why? It's an honor for this office to have you here. When Wu Yueling saw a stranger coming, she immediately ran to Wu Qingyue's leg and hugged his leg as a pendant. Little Lingling is still as shy as ever, Yan Fangyu said with a smile as she watched Wu Yueling run off to be a pendant. Wu Qingyue bent over and picked up Wu Yueling. He walked to Yan Fangyu's side with a glass of water in one hand and placed it on her table. It's much better now. If it was in the past, it would have been impossible for it to run to my side on its own. It would have run under the table to hide, Wu Qingyue said as he sat on the sofa next to him. If that's the case, have you ever thought about helping her find another mother? Because as a man, you always have a child by your side. It seems to be very inconvenient. Yan Fangyu asked casually. I have that thought. But this matter can't be rushed. After all, there aren't many people this child can accept, Wu Qingyue replied with a smile. Hey, isn't Meng Yu doing quite well beside you? All of us actually thought that she would be the candidate for the little princess's mother. Yan Fangyu asked. Oh, you. Maybe it's because I'm too familiar with her. I've always treated her as a younger sister, Wu Qingyue said. Oh, I understand. Yan Fangyu immediately understood what he meant. Because he only treated Meng Yu as a younger sister, and because of this, he felt that he could help her find a better home. Hey, I say, beautiful lady, you didn't come all the way here just to ask if I want to find a mother for Lingling, right? Wu Qingyue asked with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot the reason why I came here. I just wanted to ask you about the situation of the new base in Uptown. You just came back from there. How's the progress over there? Yan Fangyu finally told him the reason why she came. Oh, so you're here because of this. There's still not enough manpower over there. After all, the wall that needs to be built is a few thousand meters long even for the inner city. But it's going well for them, and they don't seem to be in a hurry, Wu Qingyue said. But they don't seem to have any strong people over there. If it wasn't for you when Long Yubai went over last time, they would have been in trouble, Yan Suyu said after some thought. You seem to be quite concerned about that side. Well, you helped a lot before. Wu Qingyue's smile deepened as he looked at her with his half-smiling eyes. He continued to ask, I heard that you seem to be quite interested in Yuan Tianqing. He knew this. After all, it was because the two of them were too close that Yang Chao, who had been coveting her, was very unhappy. That was why he sent the robber named Tang He to deal with them. Hey, since you already understand, don't say it out loud. Actually, I just wanted to go over and take a look, so I came here to ask about the situation first, Yan Fangyu admitted very openly. That's the situation, but I wasn't the one who dealt with Long Yubai last time. They also have a strong person over there, so you don't have to worry about that, Wu Qingyue said to her. His words made Yan Fangyu slightly stunned. It wasn't you. But the intelligence said that there was a level 7 arcanist who intercepted Long Yubai's army and forced them to retreat. It seems that the accuracy of your information is too low. That wasn't me. Wu Qingyue smiled and shook his head. Is that so? So you didn't do anything at that time? Yan Fangyu looked at him strangely. Yes, it had nothing to do with me at all. Wu Qingyue smiled. Yan Fangyu's eyes flashed, and she asked with a smile, so there is such a master in their group. It should be that Miss Liu, right? She seemed to have intervened in the matter with Yang Chao before. Well, that's right. Wu Qingyue did not immediately give her a confirmation. He now understood that this great beauty was here to find out who the level 7 arcanist who defeated Long Yubai was. However, he did not intend to reveal this information to her. Anyway, let her misunderstand that it was that woman Lu Tianyu. It was just that even Wu Qingyue himself was not sure what level Lu Tianyu was now, and there was also Qiu Lily beside her. Even Mang Mang had a temporary breakthrough, which made Wu Qingyue feel that the woman seemed to have a way to quickly level up zombies. In a newly built base, there were already 3 level 7 zombies. If this news were to spread out, it would be a disaster. If this news got out, it was estimated that they would be targeted by various bases all over the country. In that case, we don't have to worry about their strength. Yan Fangyu smiled. Chapter 5:12. Yan Fangyu didn't stay long. After asking about Long Yubai's escape, she went back. Just when Wu Qingyue thought he could calm down and continue working, Xiao Liqing ran in again. Leader, the 2 who came to find you last time have gone to uptown. Wu Qingyue looked at him blankly. Which 2? Xiao Liqing said, the 2 who came to find you last time with a dog. They were wearing strange white military uniforms. Moreover, it wasn't just 2 of them. They had brought along several people with powerful abilities. They have now arrived at the base in uptown. Wu Qingyue remembered that the 2 people last time were looking for the leader of the robbers, Tang He. The uniforms they were wearing were indeed white military uniforms, and they looked mysterious. He didn't know where they came from. Have you found out their background? Wu Qingyue asked. Xiao Liqing shook his head. I can't find out. And the people with masks around them have a strange aura. Wu Qingyue suddenly thought of a problem and said, right, they are looking for Tang He. I don't know how they will react when they find out that Tang He is dead. Xiao Liqing was stunned for a moment and asked, will they make things difficult for the people in uptown? I'm not sure. Did you just get the information today? Wu Qingyue looked at him. Yes, they just arrived in uptown today. The information was sent back before they arrived at the base. Judging from the direction they are going, they should be going to uptown, Xiao Liqing said. It took at least 1.5 hours to drive from uptown to Haiqing, so when Xiao Liqing's information arrived here, it had already been more than an hour. In an era where information was cut off, the transmission of information would always be delayed. When Wu Qingyue received the information, the people in uptown were already in a standoff. This is our territory. You can't come any closer. Elmar led 3 people and 3 zombies to block a group of people outside the barrier of the base. She stared at these people and said, no, it shouldn't be these people, because from the aura, there were only 2 people, and the others were zombies like them. A level 6 and 3 level 5 zombies followed behind these 2 people, and they also had a mutant dog. This combination made Elmar feel a little familiar. Because she sensed the unfamiliar aura from far away, Elmar immediately notified Yuan Tianqing and the others. So after a short discussion, Lin Feng, Lin Hao, and Li Sheng followed Elmar to see the situation. After the result, Elmar called the zombie leaders of number 5 and number 7, who were next to number 3, to stop them from moving a few hundred meters away from the zombies. Roar dash, you are zombies. On the side of Lei Ching and the others who were being blocked, a figure behind him stepped forward and shouted at Elmarch. Apart from Lei Ching and Zheng Hao, the other 4 were all wearing cloth masks. Even their glasses were covered with goggles. Do you think that we won't know who you are by covering your faces? Elmar turned slightly, raised her hand and pointed at those people, and shouted, please show your faces. Although Elmar's words were polite, her pressure as a level 7 zombie became an invisible order. Lei Ching and the others frowned with dissatisfaction at Elmar's arrogance. They were about to go forward to protect the masked man, but the masked man raised his hand to stop them. Her request is too rude. Lei Ching said to the masked man with a blank face. The masked man didn't say anything to him. Instead, he waved at the other people behind him. Thus, the 4 of them took off their masks. They couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't resist a level 7 king. Lin Feng and the others had strange expressions on their faces when they saw the 4 faces with black eye circles and heterochromatic pupils. They had always thought that they were the only ones who could cooperate with the zombies. But now, they saw someone else doing the same thing. This made Lin Feng and the others very curious. How did the other party cooperate with the zombies? May I ask who you are? What business do you have here? I'm sorry, Uptown is now under our jurisdiction. Please state your purpose. Lin Feng stood next to Elmar and asked politely to Lei Ching and the others. Lei Ching looked at Elmar and then looked at the zombie leaders behind her. He felt the same as Lin Feng and the others. Both sides thought that their combination was already unique, but now that they suddenly saw the same combination, both sides felt the same. Lei Ching stared at Elmar for a while before turning to Lin Feng to answer his question. We're chasing after a level 7 robber. According to our information, he disappeared after arriving at your Uptown area. Lin Feng, Elmar, and the others were stunned. Hearing this, they immediately thought of the robber that Lin Qiao had killed. If you are talking about the leader of the robbers who cooperated with Yang Chao, I'm sorry, we haven't seen him. Lin Feng replied. Lei Ching didn't have much expression on his face, but he obviously didn't believe Lin Feng. Please don't answer so quickly. Tang He is a level 7 psychic. Maybe he has a way to hide from you. If that's the case, then tell us about the origin of these people. If you want to find someone in someone else's territory, don't you know to tell us who you are? Elmar stared at Lei Ching with the same expressionless face. We. Lei Ching wanted to bluff his way through, but just as he opened his mouth, a few zombies beside him interrupted him. Roar dash, we don't mean any harm. That person is a traitor who escaped from our base. We need to bring him back to report. The level 6 zombie next to Lei Ching replied. This was a bald zombie. His head was shiny, just like Lin Qiao. But his face wasn't so good. One of his eyes was blind. He covered it with an eye patch, but it couldn't cover the scar around his eye. Elmar looked at him, then turned to Lin Feng and said, he said that the robber is a traitor in their base. They are here to catch him. Lin Feng saw that the zombies seemed to have a much better attitude than the 2 humans. He asked Elmar curiously, they are all zombies. Do they have memories? He asked this because he wanted to know if the zombies had their own intelligence or were controlled by someone else. Elmar looked at the zombies and nodded to Lin Feng. Yes, they have their own consciousness. They don't seem to be controlled. Chapter 5:13. Of course they have their own consciousness, we won't discriminate against them. Even if it's those zombies that have lost their minds, we won't attack them. But if they attack us, then we will counterattack. Lei Ching calmly said to Elmarch. After talking for so long, where did you guys come from? Elmar unhappily stared at him and said. She was inexplicably unhappy with the evidence of this man's words. Roar. The level 6 zombie seemed to want to say something to Lei Ching, but suddenly remembered that he couldn't understand zombie language, so he immediately took out a pen and paper to write something. Lei Ching looked at the words he handed over, then looked up at Elmarch. After thinking for a while, he introduced himself. Our base doesn't have many people, so not many people know about it. We are from Qingshan Base in the north. I am the captain of the arrest team, Lei Ching. He is the vice captain, Zheng Hao. As he spoke, he pointed at Zheng Hao beside him. Elmar coldly snorted and turned her face to the side. I am Lin Feng, one of the people in charge of the new base. She is Elmar, one of the people in charge of our base. Lin Feng said. Wait a minute. I am not the person in charge. I am not. Elmar heard Lin Feng's words and immediately objected. The person in charge was Lin Xiao, not her. She was at most an assistant. Lin Feng looked at the zombies behind Lei Ching, then said, since you are looking for the leader of the robbers, but we really haven't seen him. Also, our base has just started construction, so it's not suitable to receive guests. I'm sorry. Lei Ching and the others looked at each other, then nodded. Then I'm sorry, we have disturbed you. Then they didn't stay any longer, and turned around to leave with the zombies. After watching them leave, Elmar asked Lin Feng, is it okay to let them leave like this? Will they leak our situation here? Lin Feng shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but we haven't heard of the name of their base, so it should be a hidden base. And even if they leak our situation, it's actually the same as leaking their own situation. I think the reason why their base isn't famous is because of the zombies around them. Elmar didn't understand. What do you mean? Their situation is actually the same as ours. They also need to hide the matter of zombies. I could tell that they had come out to capture the bandit leader who had defected. In fact, they wanted to kill him to prevent him from revealing the secret of their base. However, the robbers seemed to have been on the run for a long time. He really didn't reveal any information. He's probably afraid of being hunted down by the people from his base, Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Elmar was also surprised. He actually kept it a secret for so long. He's just afraid of death. He's afraid of the base's revenge, Lin Feng said. However, even if he wants to reveal it now, he won't have the chance, Elmar said as she watched Lei Ching and the others leave. Lin Feng nodded. But he said, but I think they will come again. Elmar looked at him. Is that so? Lin Feng turned around and walked back. Just wait and see. I'm going back. Soon, Wu Qingyue and Haiqing received the news that Lei Ching and the others were stopped. The other party isn't that tough, but they definitely won't let it go. Wu Qingyue said and then asked, is there still no news of that female zombie? Why did she run to the south? Xiao Liqing replied, even if there is, it won't be that fast. Wu Qingyue had no choice but to nod helplessly. Okay. Wu Yueling leaned against Wu Qingyue's side. When she heard Wu Qingyue mention the female zombie, she couldn't take it anymore. She knew who Wu Qingyue was referring to, but she didn't like her father calling that person, oh, that zombie. No, that was her zombie mother. Not that. Wu Yueling unhappily used her small hand to hit Wu Qingyue's thigh. Ha! What's wrong? Wu Qingyue looked down at her in confusion. However, Wu Yueling only hit him twice, then turned her head, leaving her back for him to see. Wu Qingyue looked at her with a blank face. Then he turned his head and asked Xiao Liqing, what's wrong with her? Xiao Liqing looked at him inexplicably. How would I know? This is your daughter, not mine. Did I mention something just now? Oh, female zombie. Wu Qingyue thought about it and was about to say that she had this kind of reaction because she heard about female zombie, but before he could finish his words, Wu Yueling turned around abruptly and hit him twice with her little hand. Smack! 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 Wu Qingyue, I think Lingling doesn't like it when you say, female zombie. Am I right, Lingling? Xiao Liqing crossed his arms in front of his chest, then raised one hand to touch his chin and wanted to guess. So Wu Yueling opened a pair of big eyes and looked at Xiao Liqing with a cute look. Hey! Lingling is looking at me. Xiao Liqing was immediately flattered when she looked at him. In the past, when Wu Yueling looked at them, she only glanced at them and never showed any expression. What's so strange about looking at you? Say, so Lingling doesn't like me calling her female zombie. Why? She was a zombie from the start. Then what should I call her? Wu Qingyue glanced at Xiao Liqing, who was inexplicably excited, then turned to look at Wu Yueling and asked. Wu Yueling pouted and looked at him, then just shook her head. However, Xiao Liqing said, Lingling used to only look at you, the deputy leader, and Meng Yu, and she seemed to exclude us from her world. Now that she's looking at me, I feel like she's pulled me into her world. Oh, deputy leader can't be called deputy leader anymore. Alright, stop nagging here. Go do your thing. Wu Qingyue impatiently waved his hand at him. Oh, Xiao Liqing turned around and left. Wu Qingyue didn't want to stop him from talking to Wu Yueling. It was just that the kid had a lot of work to do for him, so he kicked him out. Come on, Lingling, if you don't want me to call her that, then what do you think I should call her? Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling and asked. Wu Yueling looked at him, then suddenly turned around and took out a piece of paper from the gap of the sofa behind her and showed it to him. On the paper were her drawings of 3 people. Wu Qingyue was surprised to find a few crooked words written on it. Dad, Lingling, Mom. Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling with surprise. Lingling. You can write? His precious daughter could actually write. Although a 5-year-old child could write a lot of words, Lingling was different. She couldn't even communicate normally, let alone write. She didn't like to write, so he couldn't force her. Wu Qingyue had tried to teach her how to read and write, but as soon as he tried to teach her, she would get sick. Chapter 5:14. Because teaching Lingling to read and write would make her very irritated and prone to seizures, Wu Qingyue didn't dare to teach her. Moreover, he didn't know what this child's interests were. If it wasn't for Lin Xiao, Wu Qingyue might only know how to make Lingling eat and drink, have clothes to wear, and live a healthy life. But not long ago at the new base in Upper City, because Wu Yueling was with Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao taught her how to draw, she gradually fell in love with drawing. So now in Wu Qingyue's office, she would scribble on the notebook when she had nothing to do. But it wasn't Lin Xiao who taught her how to write. In fact, it was Lin Xiaolu who taught her. In the next few days, Wu Yueling actually had a good time with Lin Xiaolu. Once when Lin Xiaolu was practicing calligraphy, Wu Yueling went to play with her and happened to see the words she wrote. Lin Xiaolu couldn't stop writing just because she came to play. Finally, she thought of something and tricked Lingling to come over and write with her. Although Lin Xiaolu taught Wu Yueling to write word by word, after seeing Wu Yueling really write a word, Lin Xiaolu suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of achievement. So she became obsessed with the joy of teaching Wu Yueling how to write. So Wu Yueling learned how to write these words. Wu Yueling didn't know what was going on. In the past, whenever Wu Qingyue wanted to teach her how to write, she would be very annoyed, so she resisted every time. And this time, Lin Xiaolu had aroused her interest completely because of one sentence. Lin Xiaolu said at the time, "This is the task my mother gave me. Lingling, I must listen to my mother, or else I will be beaten. Does Lingling have a mother? Wu Yueling shook her head at the time. She didn't have a mother. But then she suddenly thought of Lin Xiao because her father said that she was Lingling's zombie mother, so Wu Yueling immediately became interested. So she asked Lin Xiaolu how to write the word mother. The two of them didn't need to speak when they communicated. Because of Lin Xiaolu's ability, she knew what Wu Yueling was saying in her heart. After knowing that Wu Yueling was interested in the word mother, she immediately began to teach her how to write. Moreover, she also knew that Wu Yueling actually regarded her zombie aunt as her mother, which allowed Lin Xiaolu to find an entry point. Although she didn't know why Wu Yueling wanted to write, she knew that Wu Yueling wanted to write because of this reason. As long as she wanted to write, Lin Xiaolu could teach her, and she would have a sense of accomplishment. Therefore, the problem that Wu Qingyue couldn't solve was easily solved by Lin Xiaolu, who was only 7 or 8 years old. Lingling, who taught you how to write? Is it hard to tell Dad? Although Wu Qingyue was very happy, it was not difficult for him to be too excited for Wu Yueling. He could only squat in front of her and look at her. Wu Yueling got up from the sofa and stood in front of her, waving her hands and gesturing wildly. Wu Qingyue stared at it for a long time before he guessed, "Are you saying that Sister Xiaolu taught you?" As expected, Wu Yueling nodded vigorously at him. Great! Then in the future, Dad will take you to play with her, okay? Wu Qingyue laughed. Wu Yueling nodded, indicating her agreement. Wu Qingyue looked at her treasured drawing paper and asked, "Then Lingling, what do you mean? If I don't want to call her female zombie, then what should I call her?" Wu Yueling sat on the sofa and pointed at the bald head in the drawing with her pinky finger. The bald head had the word Mom written on it. When he saw the word Mom written on the bald head, Wu Qingyue really couldn't describe his feelings. He quietly stared at the bald head for a while, then looked up at Wu Yueling and asked, "Then I won't call her that, right? At least not in front of her." Wu Yueling nodded, and suddenly thought of something. She suddenly reached out and pulled Wu Qingyue's sleeve. "Ha! What's wrong?" Wu Qingyue looked at her and saw that her eyes were full of expectation again. Then he realized something. "Do you want to see her again?" Wu Yueling immediately nodded. Wu Qingyue stood up and sat on the sofa with her in his arms. "Well, actually, I want to see her too. But I have to wait for her to come back. Dad is still waiting to see if little man in her stomach can grow up." As soon as she heard little man, Wu Yueling's eyes lit up again. She looked at Wu Qingyue with a little excitement. Wu Qingyue asked curiously, "What do you think that little man is? Is it a mutant plant? It can actually use me and Lu Tianyu to make a body, it's like a spirit." Although he said that, Wu Qingyue always felt that his sperm had been borrowed, but thinking about it, it was his seed. A subtle feeling rose from his heart. Well, his sperm was borrowed by an unknown intelligent creature, and then it would become a baby in the stomach of a female zombie. Then if this baby was born, half of its genes and bloodline would still be his. This was indeed his child. His first child was born from the stomach of a female zombie. The more Wu Qingyue thought about it, the more he felt that this feeling was indescribable. Although he didn't hate that female zombie right now, and he was still very interested in her, but she was carrying his child and running around everywhere. Even if Wu Qingyue wasn't sure if the child had been formed, little man's affirmative tone at the time had already convinced him. Wu Yueling shook her head at Wu Qingyue, then began to find a pencil, and then began to draw on the paper. It was still a little person, but it was smaller. A round head, a round body, and short limbs. Wu Qingyue looked for a while and asked, "You want to say that she has become a baby?" Wu Yueling nodded and looked at him. "Well, if she becomes a baby, then she becomes a baby." Wu Qingyue could only nod along with her. On the other side of the city base, after Elmar and Lin Feng returned, they left them behind and went to the Wushan plantation. Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen took the 3 zombies to dig up the ground and planted the pumpkin seeds and potatoes left by Lin Qiao. Lu Junyu would also come to help during the day. After all, even if she stayed in the hotel, she would have nothing to do, so she thought it was better to do something. Moreover, she had helped take care of the vegetables and strawberries in Lin Qiao's space, so she might be more familiar with this aspect than Shen Yuzhen and Xie Dong. Every day, Xie Dong would rest in the wooden house he built next to this field, or work in the field. The 3 zombies would also follow him. When he rested, they would rest with him. When he worked, they would work with him. At night, the 3 girls would all go back to the hotel room in the base to rest. Chapter 5:15. Lu Jun and the others noticed that after the seeds were planted, they sprouted within a few days. Although it was just a small seedling, it was enough to surprise them. Generally, pumpkins would take a week to germinate after being planted in the ground, but the pumpkin seeds that were soaked in diluted lake water by Lin Qiao broke out in less than 3 days. Xie Dong and the others heaved a sigh of relief as they looked at the soil they had plucked and plowed. The seeds they had planted had sprouts growing out of them. It was like the task that Lin Qiao had given them, and they didn't let them down. Aside from that, there was also a strange sense of accomplishment. I don't know when Lin Qiao will come back, and how is her situation? Lu Jun asked while watering the pumpkin seedlings. When she's done with her business, she will naturally come back. Elmar was squatting on the ground, looking at a potato sprout, while answering Lu Jun's question. Hey, who did you guys go out to stop today? Lu Jun suddenly asked. Oh, they said they were going to catch the bandit leader called Tang He. Right, the subordinates they brought aren't humans. It's a few zombie leaders and a zombie king. Elmar suddenly thought of something and raised her head to look at her. What? Lu Jun was also stunned. She stopped what she was doing and looked back at Elmarch. Not only her, but Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen also looked over. Elmar stood up and said to the others, yes, it's indeed a few zombies. And their levels aren't low, and they don't look like zombies that have lost their minds. It seems like they still have their memories. The others looked at each other. It was the first time they had met a rational zombie other than them, and they even had their memories. Unlike them, they had lost their memories before they met Lin Qiao. Even Shen Yuzhen and Xie Dong had become zombies because of Lin Qiao. That was why they still had their memories. At least that was what they thought. But now they suddenly heard that there were other zombies like them, with their memories, rationality, and intelligence. It gave them a strange feeling, as if they had found their own kind. However, they quickly thought of each other's standpoint, and then quickly calmed down. So, if they can come out and walk with zombies, then does that mean that their base is also inhabited by humans and zombies? Like what we have here. Also, why do they want to catch the robber? Lu Jun asked with a slight frown. They said that Tang He is a defector from their base, so they formed an arrest team to chase him here. However, we have never heard of the base they mentioned, so we are not sure if what they said is true. But Uncle Lin said that if what they said is true, then it should be to prevent the robber from leaking the secret of their base, so they are chasing after him. Elmar said what Lin Feng said. Lu Jun and Xie Dong looked at each other. Lu Jun's eyes darkened as she said thoughtfully, if that's the case, then what Lin Feng said is indeed possible. Moreover, that robber might have wanted to sneak into Sea City to seek protection. In fact, he didn't dare to reveal the secret of the base, because if he did, it would be equivalent to revealing his own location. Yes, that's right. That's what Uncle Lin said. Elmar nodded. In that case, even if they leave for now, they won't be able to escape. But once they confirm the robber's whereabouts, they will still come back. Meng Meng, you have to pay more attention to the movements outside the base. The more Lu Jun thought about it, the more she felt that those people were not simple. Yes, Uncle Lin said that we need to be vigilant about this matter. He will also go back and discuss with Yuan Tianqing. However, I only need to appear when they're intimidating me. That's their business, Elmar said with a relaxed look on her face. She didn't care about those people anyway, even if they really fought, she wasn't afraid. Although there was a level 6 zombie in their group, and they didn't have a level 6 zombie king, they still had 3 paranormals. Anyway, even if they used all of their paranormals, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Lu Jun wasn't as relaxed as her, because she knew that the other side would also consider this situation. If the other side came quickly, she wouldn't be worried, but if they didn't come for a long time, Lu Jun was worried that the other side might go back and call a large force. They might be a reconnaissance team. Maybe the robber was just an excuse or a cover. At this time, in the hotel office, Lin Feng and the others were also discussing this matter. A level 7 paranormal, a level 6 paranormal, and a level 6 and 3 level 5 zombies. This combination is comparable to our current team. Yuan Tianqing sat in front of the table and said with his elbows on the table. I'm worried that they are using the robber as a cover and actually have other purposes. Lin Feng said with a frown. That depends on how long it takes for them to come again. If they don't show up after 2 or 3 days, we will be in big trouble. Yuan Tianqing judged. Then, what should we do? Chen Yuding asked. Yuan Tianqing and Zhang Wuji's intentions were clear. If the other party appeared again within 3 days, it would mean that what they said was true. Once they confirmed that the robber had disappeared here, the other party would most likely come again to question them. If they didn't show up after 3 to 5 days, then the other side should be doing something even bigger. At that time, the people in this base were probably not strong enough and might not be able to stop the other side. Should we send someone to Haiqing to ask for help? He asked again without waiting for Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng to answer. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Tianqing. He really wanted to send someone to Haiqing to ask for help. Yuan Tianqing thought about it and nodded. Yes, send a level 5 paranormal to Haiqing to send a letter. If we can send someone to sneak up to those people and find out their true intentions, we will be able to find out more about them. That's good. Lin Feng and Chen Yuding looked at each other, their eyes filled with disapproval. This is a good idea, but the other side is a level 7 paranormal, and there are zombies around them. Plus, they have dogs. Level 5 and 6 mutant dogs. Who can we send to sneak around them? Lin Feng said. Yuan Tianqing sighed. The problem Lin Feng mentioned was indeed a very difficult one. If only Miss Lu was here. She always moved like a ghost, mutant dogs were nothing in her eyes. Maybe she would just skin them and eat them. So I'm just saying if they were to really send someone, they would either send the strongest or the weakest. Because the strong ones won't be able to detect them, and the weak ones won't be on guard, Yuan Tianqing said after thinking about it. Chapter 5:16. Yuan Tianqing and the others were helpless when they thought that the most suitable person to gather information was gone. Just when they thought that Lin Qiao wouldn't be back so soon, she had already arrived at the border of Hangzhou City. Everyone in the car was dumbfounded as they looked at the horde of zombies outside the car. Qian Xiaoai retracted his head from the window. He rubbed his bald head and asked Lin Qiao, "Boss, you gathered so many zombies along the way. Are you planning to build an army? A zombie army?" Along the way, their convoy was surrounded by zombies, and they were protected by these zombies as they moved forward. Everyone panicked at the beginning, but after a day and a night, they were forced to get used to looking at these zombies. Fortunately, although the zombies followed them, they would keep a distance from their car. After going through the zombie tunnel outside Hades' Bay City, they quickly got used to the situation. Yes, the new base is surrounded by a zombie army, Lin Qiao said calmly. No wonder you wanted them to go through the zombie tunnel. This is a test. Qian Xiaoai said. Lin Qiao said, I'm doing it for your own good. But don't worry, they won't enter the base. We are short of manpower now, so we can only use zombies to supplement. But the number is a bit scary. Can you control them all? Qian Xiaoai asked. If not, will I summon them? Lin Qiao said. Qian Xiaoai was speechless. 2 to 3 hours later, they arrived at the border of Shihu District and Uptown. Okay, stop for a moment. I'll go out and you guys can continue to Uptown, Lin Qiao said. Then, she asked Duan Wan to stop the car. Then, she got out of the car and jumped onto the roof. You guys can go, she said and continued to jump, forgetting about the cars behind her. Roar, roar, roar. After Lin Qiao jumped out, the zombies behind him stopped. They roared at Lin Qiao but didn't dare to approach her. Lin Qiao jumped onto the roof of a nearby residential building. He stood on the roof and looked down at the cars passing by one. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the cars finally passed under Lin Qiao's feet. She turned her head towards the street full of zombies and suddenly opened her mouth and roared, roar. Then, he saw a few intelligent zombies emerge from the zombie horde. They jumped out of the zombie horde, jumping left and right to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao moved slightly and Qiu Lily appeared beside him. Wow! So many zombies. Did you summon all the zombies you met along the way? Qiu Lily was shocked when she saw the densely packed zombies. I didn't summon them. They followed the scent of the living and gathered here on their own. I just controlled their range. Lin Qiao shook his head. Qiu Lily looked at the high-level zombies standing on the rooftops around them, and counted with her fingers. All of them are level 2 or 3, there are no level 4 or 5. Those at level 4 or 5 have already run far away. How would they dare to come close? They're not stupid. Lin Qiao glanced at her and said. Level 4 and 5 zombies were already very intelligent. After sensing King Lin Qiao's pressure from afar, they were all scared away. Oh, that's true. Your aura is too scary, even scarier than me. It would be strange if they aren't scared. Qiu Lily looked up and down at Lin Qiao and said. It's my fault. I'm strong, am I wrong? Lin Qiao shrugged. Well, you're not wrong. Tell me, what do we do next? Qiu Lily looked up at the dozens of intelligent zombies that were quietly waiting on the side. These level 2 and 3 intelligent zombies, although they had some intelligence, because their levels were too low, their intelligence wasn't that high. Therefore, under the temptation of humans, they couldn't help but be attracted, but because of Lin Qiao's presence, they didn't dare to get too close. Therefore, they followed behind from a distance. Lin Qiao said, I'll bring these intelligent zombies into the space for training. You bring these ordinary zombies to a place closest to the upper city, but don't let them enter the upper city area. We don't need to bring them into the upper city. Qiu Lily nodded and understood what he meant. Well, it's best to find a slightly more remote place, don't let them be too obvious. Go. Lin Qiao said to her. Qiu Lily turned around and her body floated up into the air. She brought the zombies here to the area between the West Lake and the Upper City area. Anyway, the zombies in the West Lake area were also full of corpses. Plus, these hundreds of thousands of zombies weren't much, it was just that there were a lot of them. Lin Qiao asked her to gather these zombies at the edge of the Upper City area, in fact, to let them be close, but not affect the people in the upper city area. After seeing Qiao Lily leave, Lin Qiao waved to the other intelligent zombies around her. Come, 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 come. These intelligent zombies didn't dare to resist, and obediently jumped over, squeezing together with Lin Qiao on the roof of the building. Lin Qiao jumped to the roof of the stairwell and looked at them. With so many zombies, she couldn't find a long rope to bring them all in at once. She could only take out a rope and throw it to them, letting them grab it themselves. Then she brought a dozen at a time, then a dozen at a time, to bring all of these intelligent zombies in. As soon as they entered Lin Qiao's space, these zombies began to feel uneasy. Roar, roar dash, because this space wasn't big, the air was filled with the smell of Lin Qiao, Qiao Lily, and other high-level zombies. This immediately gave them a sense of insecurity and crisis. And now, Lin Qiao's space wasn't as small as before. After she recovered her memory, the area inside expanded by a full 10 times. However, this time, her lake didn't grow any larger. Only the area above the land and the area in the forest increased. And on the other side of the lake, there was no land before, but now it was all exposed. There was also a grassland there, but this grass was very short and short. However, this area was very, very vast. At first glance, it looked like a green grassland. Lin Qiao put these zombies on this grassland, separated from the small building by the lake. Roar, roar. Feeling that there was suddenly a lot of strange smell of the same kind, the level 4 and 5 zombies in Lin Qiao's space all stretched their heads out from the wall to look at the other side of the lake. Seeing that it was the low-level kind that Lin Qiao brought in, they were all very curious, and it was very fresh. At the same time, they thought in their minds. There were new companions. But why were they placed there? So far, separated by the energy lake, they couldn't go over to bully them. Chapter 5:17. After Lin Qiao brought the zombies in, she shouted to them, "Stay here." This grass was perfect for raising zombies. She turned around in a flash and appeared at the small building. She took a bucket of water from the lake and dragged it to the open space in front of the building. She waved at the level 4 and 5 zombies with a ladle. "Come here." The zombies consciously went to the cupboard and took their own cups. Because they had done it many times, they remembered it. Lin Qiao called the level 4 zombie with the spirit type, "You come here." Roar. The boy with the spirit type walked out and looked at Lin Qiao blankly. However, Lin Qiao handed him the water ladle in his hand. "You divide them. 1 ladle for each." The spirit-type zombie took the ladle and was stunned for 2 seconds before it reacted. Roar. Me. It asked Lin Qiao for advice. Lin Qiao nodded, "Yes, you go." She knew that this guy knew what she meant. Lin Qiao said to the other zombies, "You guys behave, don't disobey it." Seeing that the spirit-type zombie had been well behaved, Lin Qiao decided to give it a job. "This is a job for you, do it well." After saying that, she didn't care about the other zombies' reactions and left the space. After appearing, Lin Qiao ran in the direction of the motorcade. At this time, the motorcade had entered the uptown area and was getting closer to the new base. Lin Qiao followed them for 2 kilometers. Suddenly, she stopped and stood on top of a building. She raised her nose and sniffed. She sensed carefully and found that there were 2 strangers in the uptown area. That wasn't strange. What was strange was that there were a few high-level zombies with them. A level 6 king and 3 chieftains. Lin Qiao felt strange. There was actually someone who could control high-level zombies. How did they do it? Lin Qiao of course had to go and see if there were strangers in her territory. At least she had to figure out why they were here. She sneaked in the direction of the two people. It didn't take long for him to reach the rooftop of the building that the other party was in. The building wasn't tall, it was just an ordinary hotel. Lin Qiao came down from the roof and stood in the corridor on the third floor. In the end, she didn't see a human nor a zombie, but a level 6 mutant dog. She wiped her saliva at the mutant dog. No wonder there was a strange aroma. It was dog meat. The mutant dog was wearing a white pet suit. It was unaware of Lin Qiao's approach and sat quietly at the door with its tongue out. Lin Qiao leaned against the closed door and listened to the sounds inside. Tang, he must be hiding in this small base. But they said they didn't see it. Who would believe anything they say? Besides, a dog's nose won't lie, right? That's right, his scent can't be hidden from our dogs. It's a pity that we didn't chase after him when he was still in Haiqing. Now he's escaped. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape our grasp. He even wanted to sneak into Haiqing base to hide, but in the end, he was blind enough to cooperate with someone like Yang Chao. So what do we do next? We've searched everywhere, and the scent was cut off at Wushan. Moreover, they actually let zombies farm. What a weirdo. Hearing these words, Lin Qiao already knew who they were looking for. They were looking for the leader of the robbers, but their attitude was like arresting a criminal. She just didn't know how they would react when they found out that the robber had died in her hands. Just when Lin Qiao thought of this, the people inside seemed to be influenced by her and suddenly said something. "Captain, do you think he could have been killed? After all, there's a level 7 zombie king in the new base. This is a level 2 king. It's much stronger than an ordinary king. Perhaps because Tang he provoked them, he could have been killed. I've already thought of this possibility. When he cooperated with Yang Chao before, he indeed offended these people from Hades King's base. Now he still dared to follow us here. If he isn't courting death, then what is? If he really died, then it's not a big deal. I'm just afraid that he would choose to escape after seeing that he can't afford to offend the people here. Then we have to continue chasing. That's why I have to continue talking to those people here, and confirm with the zombies. But they obviously don't believe us. This is a little troublesome. Then we can go find them again and clarify things, right? That's the only way." Lin Qiao retreated a few steps, and soon, footsteps came from inside. Although there were only 2 people talking inside, Lin Qiao knew that there were others. Just that she didn't know if those zombies were here to be thugs. Or what? Before she finished thinking, the door was opened. 2 men wearing white military uniforms followed by 4 people wearing the same uniforms and wearing masks. As soon as they came out, a woman's clear voice suddenly sounded around them. You guys don't need to go. I can give you an answer." Woof! It was an unfamiliar woman's voice. The 2 humans and the 4 zombies didn't have time to react. The mutated dog that had just stood up suddenly roared fiercely, and at the same time, it immediately rushed towards the direction behind them. Woo woo woo! A warning sound came from its throat. Hey, 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 look after your dog. Otherwise, I will also release my dog." Lin Qiao smiled and took a step back, and said quickly. Lei, be quiet." Lei Qing immediately shouted to the mutated dog. The mutated dog immediately retracted its fur, but its eyes were fixed on Lin Qiao. "You are?" Zheng Hao looked at Lin Qiao and asked with some vigilance. Lin Qiao crossed her hands in front of her chest and said to them, "Oh, I am one of the people in charge of the new base in the upper city. My name is Lu Tianyu." Lei Qing saw that although Lin Qiao's attitude was very casual, there didn't seem to be any hostility. So he responded, "My name is Lei Qing, and he is my deputy, Zheng Hao." As he spoke, he pointed to Zheng Hao next to him. You just said that you can give us an answer. What's going on? Zheng Hao stared at Lin Qiao and asked. This strange woman who suddenly appeared and wore glasses made him feel a sense of danger. Aren't you looking for the level 7 robber who worked with Yang Chao? If I say he's dead, would you believe me? Lin Qiao said with a faint smile. Please let me confirm, you should be the mysterious Miss Liu in the group of people from Pluto King of Hell's base, right? Lei Ching, who had an expressionless face, suddenly asked. I am. But mysterious. What kind of description is this? I'm not a ghost. Lin Qiao nodded and admitted. Oh, sorry. This is the description others gave you. Although Lei Ching said sorry, his expression didn't feel sorry at all. Chapter 5:18. You just said that Tang He is dead. What happened? Zheng Hao asked. He's dead. The person who offended me came looking for me again. I have no reason not to kill him. Lin Qiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. His green eyes under the sunglasses flashed a ray of light. You. To be honest, I can't sense your strength. Do you really have the ability to kill him? Zheng Hao looked at Lin Qiao suspiciously. If it was said that they had been killed by the short-haired second-rank king, then perhaps it would be more believable. No, I think she has the strength. At this time, Lei Ching raised his hand to Zheng Hao, looked at Lin Qiao expressionlessly, and continued, being able to appear beside us silently under Early Eye's nose and perception is something that ordinary people can't do. Although this kind of skill can't kill the metal-type Tang He, I think she has a special killer move. Zheng Hao looked at Lei Ching in confusion and then at Lin Qiao. He turned his head and looked inquiringly at the guard behind him. The level 6 zombie king shook his head, indicating that he didn't notice the woman's appearance. Lin Qiao sighed and said, There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. However, I've already melted the robber's body and absorbed his crystal core. I have nothing to prove to you. Lei Ching nodded. He waved his hand at her and said, I believe your words. But if you can fight with him and win, then you will be able to defeat him. Only then can we truly believe that you killed Tang He. Then he pointed at the level 6 zombie behind him and said. Lin Qiao looked at him in surprise and asked, Why him? I thought only you had the strength to fight me. No, if you can defeat him within half an hour, then I can judge that you have the strength to kill Tang He. Lei Ching said. What do you mean by that? The one behind you is only level 6, right? Although he's a zombie king, he's still a zombie king. But there's still a gap between him and a level 7 metal-type ability user, Lin Qiao said casually as he scratched his chin. In the end, this sentence made the other party fall silent, looking at her quietly. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Even the mutated dog on the ground began to raise its hackles and bared its teeth. Surprised. Are you surprised that I don't need to see their faces or sense their auras to know their identities? Although your uniforms can cover up their zombie aura, it's useless against me. Lin Qiao touched his nose and said. She didn't even need to sense it. She would know as soon as she got close. Well, since you know he's a zombie, then you should know the fighting power of zombies. Against human metahumans, zombies can actually fight above their level. Therefore, if you can beat him until he can't fight back within half an hour, then your strength will definitely be enough to kill Tang He. I believe that. Lei Cheng's eyes flashed, and his expression returned to its previous wooden expression. Me to him. There's no need to wait for half an hour. Give him 3 seconds, and he won't be able to hold on. Lin Qiao smiled. Moreover, one side of his mouth was curled up, with a hint of naughtiness. Her words were arrogant and conceited. Even if he couldn't see her eyes, he could see the disdain in her smile. The two of them frowned slightly. So confident. Lei Ching looked at Lin Qiao. I don't think it's confidence, because it's the truth. Yeah, the ones at the back. Qiao Lin suddenly raised her hand and lowered her head to take off her sunglasses. By the time she raised her head, Lei Ching and Zheng Hao were already a little stunned. The four beasts behind them took a few steps back. The three level 5 zombie leaders immediately knelt down. Woof woof woof, the mutated dog seemed to be stimulated by something. It jumped up with a fierce cry, turned around, and ran away with its tail between its legs, disappearing in an instant. Because when Lin Qiao raised his head, he released all of his aura. Even a normal king would not be able to withstand the aura of a level 2 king, let alone at such a close distance. Therefore, the level 5 zombie leader immediately knelt down. Hey, I'm not dead yet. Don't kneel before me. Lin Qiao's feet flashed, avoiding the direction where the three zombie leaders were kneeling, and stood to the side. She retracted her aura and looked at the level 6 beast king. Do you still want to fight? Roar, no, no. The level 6 zombie took a step back and waved his hand at her. You are a zombie. Zheng Hao's eyes almost fell out. Even Lei Ching, who had been very calm, looked at Qiao Lin in a daze. Lin Qiao put her sunglasses back on and said, What's wrong with me being a zombie? Is it strange? Aren't you with zombies? Roar, but we can't talk. Before Lei Ching and Zheng Hao could answer, the level 6 zombie had already roared. Lei Ching and Zheng Hao did not understand what he was talking about, but they were looking forward to guessing what he meant, so they looked at Qiao Lin and waited for her answer. What does this have to do with whether I kill the robber or not? Anyway, I already told you that the robber died in my hands, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. Qiao Lin raised her hand and pushed up her glasses. After saying that, she did not want to talk to them anymore, so she turned around and disappeared. Lei Ching and Zheng Hao watched her disappear, then turned to the level 6 zombie and asked, You are so afraid of her, is she also a level 2 king? Level 6 zombies were normal king level. After reaching level 7, they would become level 2 king level, which was even stronger than normal king level. Up until now, even in their base, there hadn't been a level 2 king warrior. They didn't expect to meet two of them in this new base, which didn't have many people. Roar, she was even more terrifying than a level 2 king level. The level 6 zombie roared at him. Lei Ching did not understand what he meant, but he knew that he was sure that the other party was a level 2 king level. If she is a level 2 king level, then she can indeed kill Tang He. And she has no reason to lie to us, Tang He and they are enemies, and we are also enemies with Tang He. Lei Ching looked at the place where Qiao Lin disappeared and said calmly. I can't sense her aura at all. Zheng Hao's expression was a bit blank, then he continued, she can also talk, and the girl from before can also talk. How did they do it? We need to go back and report this to the base's board of directors, and see what they think. We will talk about it later. Lei Ching did not seem to be very interested in this matter. Oh, then can we go back? Zheng Hao asked. Yes, let's go back. Lei Ching nodded. Chapter 5:19. Lin Qiao didn't leave immediately, but she continued to observe them. She saw that although they had let go of the robbers, they were still concerned about them. It seemed that they might come again in the future. So be it. Looking at their attitude towards their zombie companions, their base didn't seem to have any special treatment for zombies. And the zombies that were with them didn't seem to be restrained, their minds were clear, and their hearts were willing. However, Lin Qiao felt something else from the minds of those zombies. It seemed that the base had some kind of scientific method to maintain their clear memories and sanity. It really was a mysterious base. After watching the other team go far away, Lin Xiao didn't care about the possibility of them coming again in the future. If they came again, she wanted to cooperate with them. Lin Xiao turned around and looked for her team, because they had already reached the zombie defense line outside the base. Looking at the densely packed zombies blocking the way, but they didn't immediately rush towards them, Duan Wan and the others were still very surprised, although they were mentally prepared. Wow, there really is. Qian Xiaoai looked at the zombie group 10 meters away, and said with a curious expression while leaning on the side of the car. Duan Wan also got out of the car, looking at the obedient zombie group that didn't move. Don't run around, if you step on their landmines, you'll have to deal with it yourself. Don't worry, am I a person who will endure things? Qian Xiaoai said with a smile. But where did the boss go for so long? He still hasn't come back, how do we go there? At this moment, a figure jumped down from the top of the building next to the zombie group. She was a teenage girl with short hair that reached her ears and looked neat and tidy. She wore simple denim shorts and a white short-sleeved t-shirt, and on her clean face was a pair of somewhat familiar eyes. The white part of the eyes were all black, but the pupils were dark green. Well, a certain boss also had the same eyes, but the color of the pupils was slightly different, not the same green color. A pair of eyes had already let everyone know her identity. Don't move. Duan Wan suddenly shouted to the back. Because the zombies in front of them, they were still not sure whether they were enemies or friends. But Duan Wan and the others already had a guess, seeing that the other side didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them, so they shouldn't make a move. Hearing Duan Wan's shout, some of the commotion behind them stopped moving. Fortunately, they were used to being surrounded by zombies these past 2 days, and now seeing so many zombies, they were not so afraid. She wouldn't be the zombie guarding this intersection. Can she communicate with us? Qian Xiaoai whispered to Duan Wan. I don't know, it depends. Don't move before the boss comes back, Duan Wan said. She observed the zombie girl while waiting for Lin Xiao to come back. The zombie girl landed on the ground and looked at them a few times. Suddenly, she slowly walked over. Duan Wan and Qian Xiaoai and Duan Jie's group. The zombie girl slowly walked to a spot 3 meters in front of them and stopped. Then she stretched out her nose and sniffed, and suddenly spoke. Yes, you have her scent on you. Did you come back with Big Sister Zombie? Elmar asked. Hearing her speak, Duan Wan and the others were dumbfounded. But they quickly came back to their senses and looked at Yun Meng strangely while replying to her. We came from Hades' base in the south. I don't know, who is Big Sister Zombie? Duan Wan guessed that the Big Sister Zombie she was talking about was either Lin Xiao or the long-haired zombie girl. But after adding the word big, it felt like she was talking about Lin Xiao. Big Sister Zombie is the one called Lu Tianyu. She went to the south a few days ago. She's our leader here, so of course she's called Big Sister Zombie. Yun Meng said with her hands in the pockets of her jeans. Lin Xiao, Qian Xiaoai, and Li Hongxing looked at each other. A strange feeling rose in their hearts. Their boss had become Big Sister Zombie. They always felt that this name was actually very appropriate. Should it be more appropriate? She didn't come back with you. Yun Meng stuck her nose out and sniffed in the direction behind them. Then she continued, there's a large group of unfamiliar zombies behind you, and there's a lot of them. Those zombies followed us from the south. Just now, boss, Miss Lu led those zombies to somewhere nearby, so she let us come over first. Duan Wan said. She was used to calling her boss, but now that she was facing this female zombie girl, it would be strange if she also called her boss. Duan quickly changed her words. Oh. Yunmeng nodded. Then she looked at the people in the cars behind Duan and muttered to herself, why did she bring so many people back? But it's good that we can increase the manpower to build the base. At this moment, a white shadow flew down from the sky. Ha! Why are you out? Chiu Lily landed beside Yunmeng and asked with some surprise, where's Uncle Number 3? When Yunmeng saw her, she immediately opened her arms and pounced on her. Her calm temperament disappeared instantly. Lily, hug me. Chiu Lily dodged to the side and avoided Yunmeng's bear hug. Can you be more serious? Yunmeng, who almost fell to the ground, turned around and stared at her angrily. How am I not serious? I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you, stingy. Bah, who are you calling stingy? Are you looking for a beating? When Chiu Lily heard Yunmeng calling her stingy, she immediately became unhappy. Come on, let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you now? I say if you lose, you have to be my pillow for a night. Yunmeng immediately rolled up her sleeves and said. Duan and the others who saw Chiu Lily's appearance were a bit strange. What's going on? At this time, a level 5 zombie leader who didn't have much sense of existence was crouching and preparing to go into the group of zombies. Hey, Uncle Number 3. Don't go. Yunmeng suddenly stared at the zombie uncle and shouted. The zombie uncle's body stiffened and then he turned around with a bitter face. Although his zombie face didn't have any expression, it could be seen from his eyes that he was very helpless. Two bosses were fighting, how could he not hide further away? What if he accidentally hit himself? In the end, Yunmeng turned around and pointed at Duan and the others, and you guys, you have to give me proof. If I win, she has to be my pillow. TSK, you have to beat me first. I think it's because I haven't taught you a lesson for a long time, and now your skin has thickened. Chiu Lily flicked her 2 ponytails in disdain. Chapter 520. Duan and the others looked at Chiu Lily with confusion. What was she doing all of a sudden? It's you. You used to bully me because you're at a higher level than me. Can't I take revenge now? Yunmeng stuck her tongue out toward Chiu Lily. You did something bad, so why can't I teach you a lesson? Don't think that you can defeat me because you're at the same level as me. Come on. Chiu Lily snorted proudly. Come on. I've been tolerating you for a long time. Yunmeng made a step backward and bent her knees, charging at Chiu Lily at a high speed. She left shreds of afterimages in the eyes of the others. Chiu Lily didn't dodge, but quickly made 2 steps backward, then launched a roundhouse kick at Yunmeng. Just like that, the 2 of them started a fight for no reason. By the time Duan and the others realized what was going on, the 2 of them had already fought a few rounds. Soon, they found that Chiu Lily and Yunmeng were both fighting with their fists and feet. Neither of them seemed to have released any superpower. They figured that the 2 of them wouldn't fight for real. However, they moved so fast that the others couldn't follow their movements with their eyes. Yunmeng had learned martial arts, but Chiu Lily hadn't. After a few rounds of fighting, Chiu Lily started to lose the upper hand. As Chiu Lily launched another roundhouse kick, Yunmeng suddenly squatted. She put both hands on her left foot, then quickly reached out her right foot and swept it toward Chiu Lily's straightened leg. Chiu Lily had no choice but to release her foot and jump up from the ground. However, the moment she leaped up, Yunmeng had already changed her posture. She pressed both hands against the ground and leaped up like a carp. Then, she quickly stomped her feet against the ground and charged at Chiu Lily while brandishing her fists. Chiu Lily was stunned. Chiu Lily was in the air when Yunmeng launched her kick. She didn't have the strength to defend against Yun Meng's attack. She had no choice but to twist her body in the air and dodge Yun Meng's attack. Neither of them used their superpowers. Because of that, Yun Meng had an advantage over Qiu Lily. She had both martial arts and agility. Qiu Lily had no choice but to fight Yun Meng with her instincts. Both of them were level 7 zombies. Their physical strength and movements were not too different, but their movement skills were a bit weaker. So now, Yun Meng was chasing after Qiu Lily, and the latter didn't have a chance to fight back. Ha! What are these two doing? Lin Qiao came back and saw the two of them fighting intensely. She couldn't help but squat on the hood of the car beside Duanwan and ask them. As soon as she spoke, everyone turned to look at her. I don't know. They suddenly started fighting. You want us to testify? Qian Xiaoai was the first to speak. Yeah. Duanwan and the others nodded together. They didn't understand the world of zombies. Puff! 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 The sound of Qiu Lily and Yun Meng fighting could be heard. It was only the sound of their bodies fighting, but it was scary enough. Because of the fight between the two of them, the zombies on the other side of the road all moved back silently. The level 5 middle-aged man was helplessly waiting by the side. He didn't dare to leave before his boss gave him the order. Bang! Right at that moment, Qiu Lily reacted a little slower, so Yun Meng kicked her in the stomach and sent her flying toward Lin Qiao and the others. However, halfway through her flight, she nimbly flipped over and landed on all fours instinctively. Her 2 feet and 2 claws scratched the ground, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. She stood up and found that her hands were covered in sand, and her 2 ponytails had fallen to the ground. Qiu Lily immediately burst in anger. Ah! How dare you mess up my hair? I'm gonna kill you. She gave a raging roar, then raised a hand to release a strong gust of wind. Damn! Didn't you say that you won't use your superpower? Seeing the strong gale coming, Yun Meng immediately gave a shout. She spread her legs, one in front of the other, and bent her knees to fend against the gale. Bullshit! You have green power and animal power. Even if you don't use your superpower, you still have extra skills. Qiu Lily yelled at her with discontentment. So, I don't care anymore. You've gone too far, haven't you? Hearing that, Yun Meng gave up. Her green eyes glowed as a layer of metal-like scales suddenly emerged on her face. Then, her fingers began to bend, and her fingernails grew longer. Next, a few sharp bone spikes grew out of the scales on her arms and elbows. Oh, you too, get out of the way. Don't get in my way. I need to pass. Lin Qiao abruptly gave a shout. Qiu Lily and Yun Meng paused briefly, then turned to Lin Qiao together. You're back. Qiu Lily looked at her with surprise. I've been back for a minute, Lin Qiao said. Oh, since you're back, the game is over. Let's end the game here. Yun Meng lowered her arms and collected all the scales and thorns on her body. All right, get out of the way. Lin Qiao released her vibe and shouted at the group of zombies. Hearing that, Duanwan, Qian Xiaoai, Li Hongxing, and the others saw those zombies suddenly run to both sides. They ran as fast as they could. All right, lead the way, Lin Qiao said to Duanwan. While speaking, she got off the hood of the car and got into the front seat. Qiu Lily scratched her long hair. Her hair was loose, so she had no choice but to gather it and tie a knot behind her neck. She flashed onto the roof of Lin Qiao's off-road car and stood there motionlessly. Duanwan sat into the driver's seat, then started the car and drove forward. Yun Meng stood aside and waited for Lin Qiao's car to arrive. she suddenly leaped onto the roof of Lin Chao's car. The people in the car raised their heads to look at the car roof together. Because the two zombies who were fighting just now were now together again. Would they fight again? However, they didn't. Qiu Lily snorted, then turned and stood with her back to Yun Meng. Yun Meng squatted on the car roof. She turned back and silently stuck out her tongue toward Qiu Lily, then made a face. After that, the two of them stopped talking. Soon, the car was driven into the area around the hotel. A large group of car noises were heard from a distance away. The people in the hotel all came out to see what was happening. Mississippi Lou is back. But, she brought so many people. Seeing Qiu Lily standing on the roof of the first car, the people who were patrolling outside guessed that Lin Qiao was back. While Lin Feng and the others were talking about how to deal with Lei Qing and his people, they suddenly heard someone shout from outside. The three of them immediately wore a pleasantly surprised look. They didn't think that Lin Qiao would come back so soon. Chapter 521. Lin Qiao got out of the car and led Duan Wan and Qiu Lily into the hall. They saw Lin Feng and the others coming down. Little A. When Lin Feng saw Qian Xiao Ai, his eyes widened and he called out in surprise. Captain. Vice Captain. Qian Xiaoai was also excited to see Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing. Hey, isn't this Duan Wan? Yuan Tianqing looked at Duan Wan and said. Yes, it's me. Vice Captain, long time no see. Duan Wan smiled and nodded to Yuan Tianqing. Although she appeared calm, there was still some excitement in her eyes. Oh, Yuan Tianqing, send someone to make arrangements for the people outside. They are the survivors of the original base of hell. Find a building outside the hotel and arrange for them to stay. Register their names. As for their work, we'll deal with it tomorrow morning. The other managers of the original base of hell, come with me to the conference hall. After Lin Qiao spoke to Yuan Tianqing, he turned his head to speak to everyone in the conference room. Then, he turned around and went to the second floor. Duan Wan and Qian Xiaoai followed behind Lin Qiao. They turned back and waved to Li Zheng and the others, asking them to follow them. Li Zheng and Lin Hao were a little confused when they saw them, but they only reacted when they saw them waving. Yuan Tianqing immediately called Du Yuanqing and asked him to take a few people to arrange the accommodation for the newcomers. He was the one who took care of these things anyway. Then, he was about to send Lin Hao to deal with the cars. Lin Qiao suddenly stopped and turned to Yuan Tianqing and said, Oh, by the way, send someone else to deal with the cars. Lin Hao, stay. Then, she turned to Lin Hao and said, Lin Hao, help me invite your mother, Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying and sister-in-law to the conference hall. I have something important to tell you today. Lin Hao, Yuan Tianqing, and the others looked at each other. They suddenly felt that the atmosphere had become solemn, as if something big was about to happen. He nodded, then turned and ran upstairs. Because Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen were all upstairs. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, let old Du arrange for them to rest. We'll all go to the conference hall now. Lin Qiao nodded and led Duan Wan and Qiu Lily to the second floor to the conference hall. Chen Yuding stood at the side in a daze and asked blankly, should I go? She only told you to go to the Netherworld King's base. Then help old Du arrange a place for those people outside to stay. She might be talking about something related to the south. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder and said. He felt that Lin Qiao must have found something important when he went there. That was why he summoned them there. Moreover, after seeing so many people outside, including Duan Wan and Qian Xiaoai, he already had a hunch. In the conference hall, Lin Qiao did not sit in his seat. Instead, he entered the space. Lin Qiao was Yi and Lin was Feng and Tian. And Tianqing. Tian, Lin Tian, Wulong Qiao. The others stood at the back and looked at the empty main seat. Qi, Lian, Qiu and said. Lin Ling Lan Li Zhang. Lin Lian, Qiao and Lin, what's the situation? Li Zhang leaned over to Duan Wan and asked her quietly. Li Zhang and Duan Wan's positions were similar when they were in the Netherworld King's base. One was the captain of the investigation team and the other was the captain of the personal guards. You'll know in a moment. Don't talk too much. Be quiet. Duan Wan whispered back. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing looked at each other and then looked at the others. Yuan Tianqing didn't mind and asked Qian Xiaoai, what's the situation? Qian Xiaoai looked at Duan Wan and thought about Lin Qiao's identity and the situation in the Netherworld King's base. She said with a complicated expression, it's a bit complicated. Let's wait for boss to come and tell him. Who are you calling boss? Little A, remember to report the situation at the cliff to me later, Lin Feng said as he looked at him with a puzzled look. I think it won't be necessary later. Qian Xiaoai scratched his head and said helplessly. What do you mean? Lin Feng looked at him and was confused. Why are you guys here? Du Yuanxing came in and was surprised when he saw Duan Wan. Because Qin Yuding had gone to deal with the accommodation of the people who had just arrived, he let Du Yuanxing come back for the meeting. Since he was a member of the Netherworld King's base, he should come as well. Everyone looked at the main seat. Although there was no one sitting there, no one dared to sit. Because Qiu Lily and Elmar, the two goddesses, were standing there. It was obvious that they wanted to leave the seat for their boss. As soon as everyone came in, they instantly felt that Lin Qiao had taken control of the situation. What made them speechless was that she called everyone up, but in the end, she ran back into the space. No one knew what she was going to do. Yuan Tianqing looked at Li Zheng, Duan Wan, and Qian Xiaoai and pointed at the empty seats at their side of the table. The three of you sit down. Because the conference table was very long, it was just enough to seat 5 to 6 people. Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng sat on one side, then let Li Zheng and the others sit down. This side was full. With the addition of Du Yuanxing, he silently moved a stool over and squeezed in at the back. Besides them, Lin Yu, Feng Mingyu, and the others from Li Zheng's team, as well as Duan Wan's Li Hongxing, as well as Lin Feng's Lu Junjie, were all silently squeezed in the empty space behind them. They stood according to their strength level. Thus, Lu Junjie and the others, who didn't have superpowers, silently stood in the corner at the back. There must be a situation. Otherwise, why did you call all of us here? Lin Feng said. At this time, Lin Hao came in with his mother, Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, Qing Wangxue, and a few other women. What's going on? What's going on? As soon as they came in, they saw a room full of people. Mrs. Lin and the others were stunned. Moreover, why were they all standing on one side and leaving the other side empty? After Lin Hao brought them in, he looked at the situation in the room and suddenly didn't know where to let them sit. So he looked directly at Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing. Mom, come and sit down first. Lin Feng stood up, walked to the opposite side of the table, and pulled out a chair for Mrs. Lin to sit down. I heard. Miss Lu is back. Where is she? Mrs. Lin asked anxiously. As she spoke, she glanced at Qiu Lily. She knew that Qiu Lily went to the south with Lin Qiao. I'm here. At this time, Lin Qiao appeared. He pointed at the half-empty seats and said to Lin Wenwen and the others, come and sit here. However, when everyone saw Lin Qiao reappear, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 522. What stunned them wasn't Lin Qiao herself. It was the clothes she had changed into. A black military cap, a black long military coat, black gloves, and a military uniform. Her waist-length hair was tied up at the back of her neck. The people present were all too familiar with this set of clothes. They were so familiar that they forgot about Lin Qiao's face, the face that didn't match the clothes. When they saw the clothes, Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen's eyes lit up. They suddenly guessed something. Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and Lin Hao's eyes darkened, and then became fierce. Only Duan Wan and Qian Xiaoai were calm. Du Yuanqing, Long Qingying, Li Zheng, and the people behind them were all stunned. Lin Qiao stood in front of the table, glanced at everyone, and then looked at the door. With a look from her, Qiu Lili waved her hand, and the door closed with a bang. Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, and Qing Wangxue all looked at each other, and then followed Mrs. Lin to sit at the empty table. Lin Qiao didn't sit down. Instead, she put her hands on the table. She slightly lowered her head, looked at the table below, and said lightly, "You should know what this outfit represents. Although my current identity and appearance have changed, I believe that all of you should have guessed my true identity." Everyone quieted down. They didn't know if it was because of her words, or because of her aura. Or maybe it was because of the low pressure that suddenly formed. Lin Qiao slightly raised her head, and the part of her eyes that had turned back to white suddenly turned black again. Then she stood up straight. She lifted a finger, and the military cap on her head suddenly rose, and after it left her head, it instantly turned into a cloud of black smoke. The black smoke gathered at her fingertips and shrank. In the blink of an eye, it became a small black flame. She said, "I lost my memory before, so I didn't reveal my real identity to you. This time I went to the south to go to the cliff where I self-destructed last time. I was wondering if I could recover the memory of the past 5 years there. Because when I woke up in this zombie body, I didn't have any memory of the past 5 years. So I don't remember that I was the leader of Pluto, and I don't remember how I died. But I still remember my family." She looks up at Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen, and then at Lin Feng and Lin Hao. "That's why I went to the cliff this time. Not only did I recover my memories, but I also recovered my special ability." Lin Qiao opened his palm facing upwards. The small flame was now dancing and changing on her palm. "Even if my current body is often called Lu Tianyu, from now on. This name has lost its meaning, because this body has become me. It's me, Lin Qiao." As Lin Qiao spoke, he suddenly clenched his hand and the black flame appeared in his palm. "I don't think you'll believe me now, but it doesn't matter. You can choose not to believe me. Since the Netherworld King's base is gone, we can rebuild it. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something. Young Jianhua has already died in my hands, so let go of everything related to him." Lin Qiao suddenly told them about Yang Jianhua's death. Then, she deliberately looked at the members of the Lin family. Sure enough, when she said that Yang Jianhua was dead, Lin Feng, Lin Hao, Mrs. Lin, and Lin Wenwen all stared at her in surprise. Lin Qiao suddenly waved her hand. Bang! A head fell on the table in front of her. She didn't throw away Yang Jianhua's head. Instead, she soaked it in the lake water and preserved it well. In fact, it didn't even rot. Seeing Lin Qiao suddenly throw out a human head, everyone was shocked. Mrs. Lin was so scared that she covered her mouth with her hand and almost screamed. But when they all saw the head clearly, it was Yang Jianhua's. Everyone's expression became a little ferocious, staring at it with gritted teeth. In fact, I've already told my mother and Wenwen about my identity before I left. Maybe you think I'm lying to you, but they are my family. I can't lie to them. Lin Chao glanced at Mrs. Lin and said. Mrs. Lin sighed, glanced at Yang Jianhua's head, and immediately turned her face to the side. She nodded. Mom. Why didn't you tell us? Lin Feng couldn't sit still anymore. He stared at Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen with a gloomy face. Why are you blaming Mom? Didn't you notice that many parts of her body are the same as my sister's even if she didn't tell us? Lin Wenwen retorted. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately looked at Lin Chao in silence. After opening his mouth, he reluctantly said, I thought it was my illusion. I have a feeling, but I never believe it. Lin Hao looks at Lin Chao, then at Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen, and then says. Everyone had regained their senses at this time. They looked at each other. They couldn't digest it. Chen Xiaoai and I can testify that she is indeed our boss. Even if the body has changed, the heart has not. Duan Wan suddenly said. As she said that, she suddenly looked at Yuan Tianqing. Duan Wan looked at Yuan Tianqing with mixed feelings. There were doubts, dissatisfaction, and expectation. Yuan Tianqing's expression was expressionless, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Chao. Suddenly, he laughed and said lightly, I believe you. How could he not believe her? Because he had suspected her for a long time. He just didn't show it, but it didn't mean that he didn't believe her now. Of course, he remembered every move of the woman he liked, words and deeds, habits, and so on. Just like how Lin Feng and the others felt for Lin Chao, he also had special feelings for her. What? What the hell? Du Yuanqing finally came back to his senses. He had an expression of, I want to find a quiet corner on his face. Of course, a large group of people behind him had the same expression. Okay, I have made my identity clear to you. In the future, don't say that I did things behind your back. Now, let's get down to business. Lin Chao suddenly clapped her hands and reminded everyone. First of all, the Hades base has been destroyed. Nearly 90% of the 600,000 residents have died. There are thousands of people in the new base and more than 1,000 people in the old Hades base. Also, there are thousands of people who have been escorted to the Earth Dragon base by Long Yubai. The total number of people in Hades is less than 10,000. Therefore, this new base will no longer be called Hades. We will give it a new name. Also, the form of the base can't be built like a normal survivor's base. Chapter 523. Lin Chao's voice was sharp and calm, but everyone could hear the regret in her heart at the loss of so many lives. It wasn't their fault that they were targeted by the enemy, but she, as their leader, hadn't been able to disperse the crowd in time. She hadn't been able to protect their lives. This was Lin Chao's dereliction of duty and incompetence. Lin Chao felt sorry for the people who had died, and for everyone here. That's why I brought the zombies back. Lin Chao's voice was heavy. Aside from Duan Wan and Chen Xiaoai, Lin Feng and the others stared at Lin Chao in surprise. You mean? They didn't expect Lin Chao to bring the zombies back. That's right, I brought them back. They're now at the border between Uptown and West Lake District. Lin Chao said. The others looked at each other. They were already used to being surrounded by zombies in the city, so they didn't have any objections to Lin Chao bringing back the Hades survivors who had turned into zombies. It was just an accident. That's good. Even if they die, we need to give them a place to rest. Mrs. Lin sighed, breaking the silence. Lin Chao shook her head. No, I'll wake them up. They'll be a great weapon against Earth Dragon, Hidden Cloud City, and Skyfire Base. You're going to fight Earth Dragon. Now. Everyone was shocked and looked up at Lin Qiao. Not now, of course. Once I finish building the base, I'll think of a way to improve your abilities. That way I'll be able to fight without worry. Lin Qiao looked at each of them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qiao stood in front of the table, her hands in the pockets of her pants. She continued, I won't let go of anyone who deserves to be repaid. Yang Jianhua was the first to die. Long Yubai will be next. Speaking of Long Yubai, there's a situation here that I'm not sure if you've heard. In the 2 days after you left, Long brought people to our base, Yuan Tianqing suddenly said at this moment. What? He came here. Lin Qiao's green eyes grew cold. Everyone nodded in unison. Lin Qiao was silent for a few seconds before he asked in surprise, then what? Yuan Tianqing looked at her and continued, he did come, but we didn't let him come to the door. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to Elmar, who was behind Lin Qiao. After feeling his gaze, Elmar took 2 steps towards Lin Qiao. Oh, I forgot to tell you just now. That Long Yubai was stopped by us a few kilometers away from Jianggan district. Then, we beat him and he ran away. As she spoke, she pointed at Lin Hao and Long Qiaoying. He was actually scared away by us. Only then did Lin Hao have the opportunity to speak. Looking at them, Lin Qiao suddenly turns to Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen and says, Mom, take Wenwen and sister-in-law back to rest. She then turned to the people behind Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and the others. Everyone else, disperse. Those with Arcana level 5 and above, stay. Oh, Lin Yu, you guys go check on Qin Yuting's work and replace him for the meeting. Yes. Lin Yu, Feng Mingyu, and the others responded politely on the surface, but their eyes were filled with confusion. Mrs. Lin, Lin Wenwen, and Lin Qiao's family stood up and left the meeting room. On the other hand, Long Qingying stayed behind because she knew that she still had something to say later. They knew that Lin Qiao asked her to come down to show her identity in front of everyone. Other work matters were not suitable for them to sit in and listen to. When the others left, they all had a look of disbelief on their faces. As if they were in a dream, their eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. Lin Qiao didn't care about the feelings of those who left. After everyone left, she continued to speak to the others in the room. Tell me, what happened? Elmar sat in the seat where Mrs. Lin and the others sat. Even Qiu Lily came over and sat down with her. Lin Qiao pointed to an empty chair for Long Qingying, who was originally standing behind Lin Wenwen, and asked her to sit down. Elmar said, at that time, we ambushed them at the head of a bridge. After I controlled the zombies to block them, I disguised myself as a level 2 king zombie and fought with them. At the same time, I had Qing Qing use her ability to change the shape of Long Yubai's vehicles and weapons while creating chaos. That way, he wouldn't have enough firepower to threaten us. Lin Qiao looked at Long Qingying. Long Qingying nodded, indicating that Elmar was right. But that Long Yubai is very weak. I only exchanged a few blows with him. I only fought with him for a bit, and he was sent flying with a kick. If he didn't run fast enough, I would have broken one of his legs. Elmar said lightly. Lin Qiao listened to her and nodded. That's right. Long Yubai's strength is actually the lowest among the level 7 paranormals. If he didn't rely on water, even some level 6 paranormals wouldn't be afraid of him. Although Long Yubai isn't strong, he's very ambitious. He's also very scheming. Moreover, I feel that his main purpose for coming here isn't even here. Because I heard that he stayed for a few hours outside Sea City base without saying goodbye, and only left at night. Yuan Tianqing said. You mean, he came to our new base because it was on the way, so he wanted to get rid of us? Lin Qiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. I think so. Yuan Tianqing nodded and continued, he brought quite a lot of people with him. If it wasn't for the zombies that you guys controlled, as well as Meng Meng and Qing Qing, we wouldn't be able to withstand the firepower of his tanks. Fortunately, I raised Dream's level before I left. Otherwise, we might have been tricked by Long Yubai again. Lin Qiao sighed. Just as Lin Qiao and the others were discussing Long Yubai's approach, Long Yubai had just returned to his Earth Dragon base. Young Jianhua didn't come back. Didn't I tell him to get rid of the Hell King's base and return to the side? After returning to his residence, Long Yubai washed up and sat on the sofa in his study with a glass of red wine in his hand. When he heard Qin Wuxing, one of the deputy leaders who stayed behind to guard the base, report that Yang Jianhua did not return to the base, he immediately became angry. No, he can't come back even if he wants to. I just received the news that Yang Jianhua has been killed. Chapter 524. What did you say? Long Yubai froze when he heard Qin Wuxing's words. He stared at Qin Wuxing in disbelief. Qin Wuxing nodded. You didn't hear wrong. He's dead. And Huo Wu is dead. Long Yubai stared at him blankly. It took him a few seconds to react. His handsome face immediately darkened, and his voice became slightly hoarse as he asked, "What the hell is going on?" I heard that 2 days ago, a large number of high-level zombies entered Hades' base and killed a lot of people. Even Yang Jianhua and Huo Wu died at the hands of the zombies. It could be a level 7 king. Qin Wuxing lowered his head to look at Long Yubai. Where did these zombies come from? Level 7. Are there so many zombies that have reached level 7 now? They're everywhere. Long Yubai gritted his teeth. Everywhere. Are there other places? I thought that Hell Kings should be the only one in the south. Qin Wuxing asked doubtfully. Maybe there's only one here, but there was one in Hangzhou. I met it. Long Yubai said. No wonder you were in such a sorry state. Qin Wuxing rubbed his chin thoughtfully. TCH. Young Jianhua, that idiot, wasted a level 6 zombie core. Long Yubai was more concerned about Yang Jianhua's death than the level 6 zombie core he'd given him before he left. Boss, Hades' base is probably empty now. Can we rest for a while? Qin Wuxing asked. Right, you still have a mission. Send a few people to spread the news of the level 7 zombie to Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire base. Long Yubai said. All right. Qin Wuxing nodded. Lin Qiao from Upper City heard that Elmar and the others had chased Long Yubai away. He'll know Yang Jianhua is dead soon. He'll probably send people to find out what happened. When he goes back this time, he will probably sell the information of level 7 zombies to other bases. It won't be long before he joins forces with Hidden Cloud City or Skyfire base to deal with us. Yuan Tianqing said. Lin Qiao and Lin Feng nodded. They understood Long Yubai's way of doing things. Of course, he could guess what the other party would do when he returned. I don't think he just wants to deal with us. I want to see how he's going to deal with Hai Qing. Does Wu Qingyuan know about this? Lin Qiao asked. He knows Long Yubai's whereabouts, but we don't know if he knows Long Yubai's goal. After all, he was about to leave when Long Yubai arrived, but he stayed because he wanted to watch the show, Yuan Tianqing said with a faint smile. Did he stay to watch the show? Lin Qiao was speechless. At least from the looks of it. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing looked at each other and said. But he also thought that since he's still here, he should stay and see if there's anything he needs help with, Yuan Tianqing said with a smile. Lin Qiao said. Oh, in the end, he had nothing to do with it at all. Then, he became a spectator. The others nodded in agreement. All right. Li Zheng, bring your team members and prepare to set off to the Earth Dragon Base to scout for information. Qian Xiaoai, you're from the Logia system. You'll go and assist them. If there's any important news, immediately send someone back to report. Lin Qiao began to assign tasks. I'll let Xie Dong go with you. The departure date is 3 days later. Yes. Li Zheng was slightly stunned, then immediately reacted and sat up straight. Yuan Tianqing, I've brought quite a few people back this time. Hurry up and increase the construction of the base's walls. Keep an eye on it and don't let any accidents happen, Lin Qiao said to Yuan Tianqing. Okay, understood. Yuan Tianqing looked at her a few more times before nodding. Lin Qiao took her hand out of her pocket and swiped it across the table. A map appeared on the table in front of her. She took out a pen and drew a circle on a certain location in Hangzhou on the map. Lin Feng, bring Lin Hao and Du Yuanqing to this location. Chapter 525. Brother, should we go to Mom's place? Lin Hao asked Lin Feng. Let's go. I think Mom already knows. Lin Feng nodded with a deep look in his eyes. The two brothers walked out of the meeting room and went upstairs to Mrs. Lin's room. Du Yuanqing moved to Yuan Tianqing's side and said with a dumbfounded expression, Deputy Leader, hit me. I suddenly feel a little unreal. I feel like I was dreaming. Du Yuanqing moved to Yuan Tianqing's side. Smack. Yuan Tianqing raised his hand and slapped the back of his head forcefully. Ouch. It hurts. Du Yuanqing screamed, I'm not dreaming. What I just heard is true. He looked at Yuan Tianqing and saw that Yuan Tianqing's face was a bit strange. Deputy Leader? You don't look so good. What's wrong? Yuan Tianqing turned his head to look at him. Although there was a faint smile on his face, Lin Feng felt that there was a lot of bitterness and something else in the smile in his eyes. Nothing. Du Yuanqing looked at him and then at the direction where Lin Feng and Lin Hao left. He suddenly said, Why didn't you react to Lu Xiao? Leader's words at all. Yuan Tianqing looked at him and said with a faint smile, Why not? Don't doubt it. It's her. Lin Feng and I already had our suspicions, but her whereabouts are too unpredictable. We didn't have time to verify her identity and she already said it herself. Is that so? Du Yuanqing looked at him blankly. Lin Feng and Lin Hao came to Mrs. Lin's room and knocked on the door. After a while, someone opened the door from the inside. Brother. Lin Wenwen saw Lin Feng and Lin Hao and opened the door to let them in. After Lin Feng and Lin Hao entered the room, Lin Feng found a chair and sat down. Lin Hao didn't sit down but stood aside. You already knew. Lin Feng didn't say anything. It was Lin Hao who asked. I confirmed it with her. I think if I didn't say anything, we might not have heard it from her until today. Lin Wenwen said. Did you notice it too? Lin Feng said now. In fact, from the first day I saw her, I began to feel that there was something wrong with her handwriting. Mrs. Lin sighed. No one would say that there was no reason to rush from Haiqing to the Netherworld King's base thousands of miles away to save them. So this had already aroused their suspicion. Although they even suspected that she had other intentions at first, they changed their minds after getting along with her and finding that her every move was similar to Lin Qiao's. When did you tell her? Why did you check her background? Lin Feng looked at Lin Wenwen. Yes, because I also noticed that she resembles Big Sister in many ways. So, when I arrived in Haiqing, I wanted to investigate her background in Haicheng. Didn't she say she was Haicheng's? So, after the investigation, she's a completely different person. Lin Wenwen stands beside his mother, looks at Lin Feng and Lin Hao, and continues, I heard that she was a bitch before she died. Lin Feng and Lin Hao and Feng looked at Lin silently. When they were in Haicheng, they didn't investigate Lu Tianyu, so they didn't find this out. Then why didn't you tell us? Lin Hao glared at Lin Wenwen with dissatisfaction. Why are you glaring at me? Big sister said that she would find a suitable opportunity to tell you after she regained her memory. Besides, didn't she make it clear now? Lin Wenwen rolled his eyes at Lin Hao. But Yang Jianhua is dead, and the revenge operation has begun. Fortunately, he died in Lin Chao's hands. Our wish has been fulfilled. Although Lin Feng was expressionless, the aura on his body fluctuated. That's right. We will definitely get revenge for this. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and said, but it's great that big sister can come back. With that, he lowered his head slightly. Lin Qiao was standing outside their door. She raised her hand and knocked on the door after hesitating for a moment. It's me, she said to the door. Soon, the door opened. Lin Wenwen opened the door and saw that Lin Qiao had changed into casual clothes, big sister. Lin Qiao nodded and walked in. Are you talking about me? Lin Qiao came in and looked at the people in the room. After Lin Wenwen closed the door, he turned around and looked at Lin Qiao's eyes. Hey, your eyes turned white again. They were black just now. Oh, my eyes turned white. Lin Qiao was also stunned. She turned around and walked through her mother's dressing table. She bent down and looked at herself in the mirror. Hey! When did this happen? Lin Wenwen looked at her strangely. Hey! Don't you know it yourself? Lin Qiao turned around and looked at everyone blankly. Lin Feng just looked at her quietly and didn't say anything. At this time, Lin Hao raised his head, but his eyes were a little suspicious. Lin Hao, are you crying? Lin Wenwen noticed Lin Hao's eyes and asked him in surprise. I'm fine. Lin Hao closed his eyes and said to Lin Wenwen after forcing down the tears in his eyes. He turned around and looked at Lin Qiao. In fact, he didn't really believe that Lin Qiao died. In his mind, Lin Qiao was very strong. She was an elite soldier who knew all kinds of life-saving skills. How could she die so easily? Not to mention that she was a level 7 paranormal. But since the appearance of this Miss Liu, he found that many things were not right. Similar actions, the same habits, the familiar aura and so on. Although he was confused, he didn't care as much as Lin Wenwen. Lin Qiao looked at her eyes in the mirror. Now that she could see colors, she did see that the whites of her eyes were white. She didn't know before because she didn't look in the mirror. When she saw this face that wasn't her own, she felt a little stifled, so she didn't look in the mirror after turning into a zombie. She didn't expect that her eyes had changed so much. When did it start? The biggest change in her body was when she recovered her memory 2 days ago, and the last time she was tricked by Little Man. So according to Lin Wenwen, she said that her eyes turned white again. Does that mean that they had turned white before? Then it should be before she went to the south. That is to say, when she did that with Wu Qinghua last time, her eyes had already recovered to this extent. Then why did Lin Wenwen say that her eyes were still black before? She suddenly couldn't figure out what was going on with her eyes. Lin Qiao turned around and asked them, when did my eyes turn white? So the 4 of them looked at her strangely and said, when you came back from High City. Chapter 526. Sure enough, Lin Qiao thought in her heart. The special situation last time caused her body to mutate again. Although her appearance was restored to a human, even if her body was half-activated, she was still a zombie in essence. It was just that the activation of the heart was a bit strange. Lin Qiao always felt so. But after recovering her memory this time, she found that her body had actually changed back to the original state of a zombie. Because of the control and oppression of the zombie group, it was even stronger. Lin Qiao originally thought that she could be resurrected as a human, but in the end, she became a zombie sister again. Ever since I changed my face, I don't like to look in the mirror. Think about it, when you look in the mirror, it's someone else's face. It's very frustrating. And at the beginning, my face was disfigured, and I couldn't bear to look at it. When Lin Qiao talked about the appearance of this body at the beginning, she directly complained. That's why I don't know when my eyes will change back, she said to the others. Is that so? Lin Wenwen and Lin's mother looked at each other and imagined what Lin Qiao said. They immediately trembled. It was too strange. Lin Feng asked, when did you wake up in someone's body? Corpse. Lin Qiao walked over and replied, according to the time, it should be the day I self-destructed. And after I woke up, I didn't remember what happened in the past 5 years, but I remember what happened 5 years ago. I don't even know if you were alive after the doomsday. At first, I just went back to the south to investigate. Her mood was very chaotic at the beginning, and her memory was mixed with Lu Tianyu's. Lin Feng nodded, so that's how it is. Originally, we didn't believe that you really self-destructed and thought that you would come back one day. But we didn't expect you to come back in this form. That's right. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Lin Qiao nodded, I don't know why I woke up in someone's body and became a zombie. But I did self-destruct. In order to stall those people, her ability was originally controlled by Yang Jianhua. She could hold on until the end, but she had no energy to escape. In the end, when she ran to the cliff, she couldn't jump into the sea to escape. Because Yang Jianhua was a water elemental, she could only be a fish in the water. Therefore, in order to prevent these people from obtaining her energy crystal core, she chose to self-destruct. I thought the crystal core that I self-destructed would explode as well. I didn't expect to see the crystal core lying on the ground in perfect condition. Lin Qiao's face darkened. It didn't explode. Really? When the few of them heard her say that the energy crystal core was still there, they all revealed surprised expressions. Lin Qiao nodded and said, it was also this crystal core that stored my memories for the past 5 years. I absorbed them all back. Great. So you'll remember everything. But can your dead body change back? Mrs. Lin looks at her with tears in her eyes. Lin Hao, who was standing on the side, walked over to the tea cabinet and took out a few cups. As he poured some water, he looked at Lin Qiao. Do you want some water? Looking at this face, he actually couldn't bring himself to call her sister. I don't need it. I have a virus in my mouth. I can't eat with you. Lin Qiao shook his head. It's good that you're back. But will there be any problems with your body in the future? Everyone knew that she didn't eat human flesh. Of course, the zombies around her wouldn't eat people randomly either. But what would happen if zombies didn't eat people? Lin Qiao shook her head and said carelessly, my food isn't only human flesh. Although human flesh is still very tempting to me, I have a way to control this temptation. Didn't you see me eating the meat of mutant animals? That's enough. In fact, I won't die even if I don't eat. As long as I have energy, I'm immortal. Zombies are maintained by energy. Lin Hao was curious about this. He thought it was maintained by viruses. Low-level zombies are maintained by viruses, sunlight, air, and human flesh. In the absence of human flesh, their bodies, which had been mutated by the virus, would undergo a chemical reaction with the two elements, sunlight and air. This can protect their bodies from rotting, but it will slow down and lose vitality. And after a long time, they will lose this vitality and then die. After Lin Qiao became a zombie, she seemed to feel the change of the zombie's body. This was the information that the scientists in the big bases wanted to know the most, but they couldn't get it from the zombies. So only Lin Qiao said this here. She knew that if this was put in the research institutes of the bases, it would definitely cause a big shock. Don't spread this out, it will cause a commotion. Lin Qiao reminded the four people. So that's how it is. No wonder. Lin Hao, who was the most interested in this, suddenly had a look of realization. He seemed to suddenly understand something and suddenly looked excited. Why are you so excited? Lin Feng picked up the cup and took a sip, glancing at Lin Hao. Lin Qiao suddenly said, "Oh, there's a piece of news that I think I should tell you. Actually, I'm pregnant." Poof, Lin Feng just drank a mouthful of water. Poof, Mrs. Lin also drank a mouthful of water. Wait a minute. What did you just say? Lin Wenwen widened his eyes and looked at Lin Qiao with a confused face. Lin Hao didn't say anything and stared at Lin Qiao. Ahem. I didn't want to say this, but I thought that if I kept it from you, you would be angry. Lin Qiao looked at everyone awkwardly. Wait. You said. You're pregnant, what's going on? Aren't you a zombie? And which man is it? Lin Feng quickly put the cup on the tea table and made a hand gesture to Lin Qiao to wait. Even the usually calm Lin Feng was a little flustered at this moment. He wiped his mouth and then turned to look at her with wide eyes. This. Actually, the child is little Man in my space lake. Because she didn't have a physical body before, she needs to level up to come out of the space. The condition is. Come out of my stomach. Lin Qiao thought about it and then said. Of course she wouldn't say that there was a man. So she decided to skip the part about the man. As for how the child came to be, she didn't want to say it. Chapter 527. Everyone looked at her blankly, unable to understand her words for a moment. Are you talking about Viney in your lake? The white vine. Lin Wenwen knew a little about it, and she reacted quickly. Lin Qiao nodded. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. Last time, Lin Qiao brought him into her space to see Viney when Xiaolu triggered her superpower. Are you talking about the vine that helped Xiaolu trigger her superpower last time? Isn't it a plant in your lake? Why is it? While speaking, Lin Feng couldn't help but move his eyes to Lin Qiao's belly. At that moment, the others finally realized what he meant. They all fixed their eyes on Lin Qiao's belly. Lin Qiao rubbed her belly as she nodded and said, "Yes, it's her." Her eyes unwittingly turned gentle. Even she didn't notice it. How? You. Lin Wenwen didn't know what to say as she looked at Lin Qiao with confusion. Viney has been looking like a vine all the time, but that's what she created with her own energy. She doesn't have a real body. She was the one who had been helping me with my zombie level and the recovery of my body. When I leveled up, she leveled up as well. However, she needed much more energy than I did. So, I'm at level 6 or 7 now, while she just entered level 4, Lin Qiao explained to the others. So, how did she become your child? How did that happen? Lin Hao stared at her with confusion. As for why that happened, I guess it's because she gathered her consciousness and energy together and sent them into my body, said Lin Qiao. So. But, you're a zombie. Not to mention if your eggs are still alive, I think they need fertilization, right? Ah. Oh, who's that man? Just tell us. Lin Hao was thinking about Lin Chao's body, but as he thought of the last question, he abruptly raised his head to look at Lin Chao and asked. Lin Chao raised her eyes to look at the ceiling, then said to him smilingly, there's no man. I made myself pregnant. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned her head and saw the four of them staring at her with a subtle expression of, I don't believe you. Hee. Lin Chao paused briefly, then felt embarrassed. You're lying. Lin Wenwen pointed at her and said. That's right. When you lie, you have to look at the ceiling first. Then, she was grinning like this. Yeah, that weird grin. Lin Hao pointed at Lin Qiao and glared at her. Lin Qiao froze, then covered her forehead with a hand. After she put down her hand, she smiled at them and said, Who said my balls are dead? Although I am a zombie now, some parts of my body have been activated by the energy of my lake. I am still a zombie, but many parts of my body are no longer zombie. For example, I can talk, my eyes, the scars on my body, etc. That's why I don't think it's difficult to get the balls worked up. That's right. You're a zombie, but you can still talk. That's amazing. Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Chao curiously. He accidentally let her change the topic of the conversation. Lin Hao, who was originally from the medical department and had some research on the human body and was very interested in the zombie system, was easily distracted. You said that some of your organs have been activated. If you keep activating them like this, will all your organs be activated? Will you be able to come back to life as a human being? Lin Hao popped his eyes and looked at her as he asked curiously. Lin Chao shook her head and said, I thought that was possible. But after I absorbed the nucleus, I found that it's impossible. What? Why? The others looked at her with confusion. Because of the limitation. I have a feeling about that. Before I absorbed my original crystal core, I always felt that my body was in an unstable blind spot. But after I absorbed the crystal core, this feeling immediately disappeared. Now, I think I'm fixed in the dead zone, and my body is fixed, Lin Chao scratched her chin and said. She showed her claws to the others and showed them her dark nails. There was no virus on her fingertips, but her nails were full of the virus. Once she slightly scratched the skin of a human being or any other creature, the virus on her nails would spread quickly. She had been wondering why Lin Yu, whom she accidentally bit earlier, could come back to life. Moreover, she also found out about his special ability. It actually had the same effect as her own black fire, but the effect was not as overbearing as hers. Is that so? Could it be that you were only in a special state before? So, what are you having now? Mrs. Lin finally started talking as she fixed her eyes on Lin Chao's belly. Please don't give birth to a little zombie, do you? Lin Chao shook her head and said, To be honest, I don't know either. It's very likely to be a little zombie. Lin Hao crossed his arms before his chest as he fixed his eyes on Lin Chao's belly as well. He continued, If your genes haven't changed, everything inside your body is carrying the zombie virus. So, even though Viney is living inside your body now, I guess she's living as a zombie. How are you going to provide her with nutrients? She'll directly absorb the nuclei of zombies or mutated animals and plants. But, I can feel that her growth is very slow. She hasn't changed at all since I came back from Sea City Base and left for the south, said Lin Chao. She's a zombie now. Even if she's pregnant, she surely can't give birth to a human being, said Lin Wenwen to Lin Hao. You're right, Lin Hao glanced at Lin Wenwen and nodded in agreement. I just want to know if this child, will affect you in any bad way. Lin Feng, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly started talking. That. I don't know. Lin Xiao shook her head uncertainly. She remembered that Viney had told her that when she was about to give birth to a baby with a full level of energy, both of them would be in great danger. So, there was still one thing that needed to be done. What do you mean? Will the child cause any dangerous effects to you? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Mrs. Lin grew anxious as well. Mom, in fact, I don't know about Viney's life form. But, she seems to know what's going on. She has also warned me that when she's born, both of us might face a very big problem. If we pass it, we'll both be alive and well, and we'll upgrade and become stronger. If we don't. Lin Xiao didn't finish her words. However, the others had already guessed out the result. Chapter 528. What? You mean it will be dangerous? Mrs. Lin looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Lin Xiao nodded. How can you do such a dangerous thing? Can the baby be aborted now? Mrs. Lin looked at Lin Xiao worriedly. Mom. How can you? Lin Xiao looked at Mrs. Lin discontentedly. Man can hear you now. What should she do? She is bound to me. If she can't get out of my body, she will never be able to leave me and level up. But you have to risk your safety. Is there any other way? Mrs. Lin realized that her idea was cruel, but she couldn't stay calm when Lin Xiao was about to be in danger. Mom, don't get too excited. Let's listen to Lin Xiao. Lin Feng comforted Mrs. Lin. Mom, don't worry. Although it may be dangerous, it is not impossible. But it's not completely impossible. I'm just saying that it might be dangerous. But the actual situation is uncertain. Lin Xiao put her hand on her belly and said. Luckily, Man was sleeping and didn't hear what Mrs. Lin said. But Mrs. Lin was still worried. Mom, it's useless to say this now. Man has entered her uterus. Maybe it will be more dangerous if we abort the baby. So I think it's better to let Sister Zombie give birth naturally. Lin Hao, who was experienced in medicine, said. But when he looked at Lin Xiao's face, he couldn't call her big sister. So he thought that Lin Xiao had become a zombie again, and he didn't know why he called her big sister zombie. What the hell is sister zombie? Lin Xiao was dissatisfied with the way he called her. I really can't call you sister zombie when I see your face. Lin Hao smiled awkwardly. It doesn't matter. Sister, you are a zombie now, so everyone calls you that. They even call Lily and Meng sister zombie. Lin Wenwen said. Lin Xiao was speechless. She was indeed a zombie, so it was not wrong to call her that. But she felt a little uncomfortable listening to it. Anyway, when will your baby be born? I don't think it will be 10 months like a normal baby, right? Mrs. Lin still looked worried and asked Lin Xiao. That's right. Are they going to be like humans? But it shouldn't be possible. The others looked at Lin Xiao curiously. I don't know either. However, little man needed a lot of energy to absorb, and every time it absorbed energy, it would fall into a deep sleep. But she sleeps for a long time every time, so I don't know when she will be born. Lin Xiao knew nothing about little man's current situation. The others looked at her in silence. Maybe we can collect some gynecology and obstetrics medical equipment. Lin Hao muttered to himself at this time. Yes. Lin Hao, go out and find more medical equipment. Mrs. Lin's eyes light up. Big sister, with your current appearance, you shouldn't be able to deal with the Earth Dragon base, right? Lin Wenwen suddenly thought of an important problem. That's right. Let's deal with the Earth Dragon base after the baby is born. Anyway, our base hasn't been consolidated yet. You can stay here to take care of the baby and deal with the small things in the base. Lin Feng heard Lin Wenwen's question and immediately agreed with her. Don't worry. In fact, I don't plan to leave here now. Didn't I say that I'm going to farm? And I'm going to wait until you and Yuan Tianqing reach level 7. Now I just let Li Zheng and the others keep an eye on the Earth Dragon base in preparation for future attacks. Lin Qiao smiled and said. Indeed, she didn't plan to leave for the time being. At least, she had to establish a stable base before she could go to war. That's good. The 4 people were relieved at the same time. Well, I've told you what happened. I'm going to upgrade Xiedong now. Lin Qiao waved to them, turned around and opened the door. Go. Mrs. Lin sighed. Then we'll go to work first. Lin Feng and Lin Hao both stood up. After Lin Qiao left the room, she went upstairs. When she got to the top of the building, she saw Qiu Lily, Elmar, the zombie leaders from number 1 to number 7, and Xiedong. All the zombies were lined up on top. Oh, there were only other zombies lining up on the side because Qiu Lily and Elmar were fighting again. What are you two doing? Lin Qiao looked at them speechlessly. This was the second time. She's so annoying. Qiu Lily pointed at Elmar and raised her hand to block Elmar's high kick. Stingy. Elmar said to Qiu Lily. Then she took a few steps back due to the force of her block. Only then did the 2 of them stop. Lin Qiao looked at the 2 of them in confusion. After the 2 of them stopped, Lin Qiao turned around and waved at Xiedong. Xiedong, come here first. Xiedong walked over with a blank face. When Elmar called him back, she only said that it was Lin Qiao who called him back. She didn't say what it was for. So Xiedong didn't know why Lin Qiao called him back. I'll give you a task. After I help you reach level 5, you will go with Li Zheng and the others. Your task is the same. That is to collect all the important information about the ground dragon base. Collect all the recent movements of Long Yubai and his base. If there's any urgent information, immediately bring it back and inform me. Lin Qiao said to Xiedong. Xiedong had always been with Lin Qiao. After she became stronger and stronger, he had already put her in the position of a superior leader. So what Lin Qiao said was basically the same as a task. Now that she directly said it was a task, Xiedong became very cautious. He straightened his body and nodded. Lin Qiao filled the bathtubs of the zombie leaders with lake water. Then, without her saying anything, the zombie leaders automatically walked to their own bathtubs and consciously took off their clothes. Lin Qiao turned around to avoid their naked bodies. Then she saw the old man from number 7 start to cause trouble again. He stood by the bathtub, looking up at the sky and then looking down at the water. He just didn't want to take off his clothes. His face looked like he was thinking about something. Lin Qiao walked over and stood in front of him, asking, "Old man, are you waiting for me to help you undress?" No. The old man immediately roared at her in annoyance. Then he roared at her non-stop. Next time, I want a room, isolated, alone. Although the old man wasn't very used to it, Lin Qiao still understood what he meant. Damn, this old man still wanted her to find a room for him to bathe alone. Hey, you're a zombie. Not a human. Why the hell do you care about this? Chapter 529. You still want to be alone. Old man. You're a zombie, right? Lin Qiao looked at the old man blankly. Roar, then I won't be alone. The old man roared at Lin Qiao and then turned his back to her. Lin Qiao stared at him and couldn't help but stretch out her claws at his back. She clenched her teeth and clawed at the air a few times, and finally withdrew her hand with a speechless expression. Okay. You're the second zombie that dares to be stubborn with me, besides Dream. Lin Qiao said helplessly. Roar, thank you. The old man's eyes lit up and he actually thanked Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao was stunned for a moment and looked at him. She felt that this old man could really help him break through in advance. Maybe he could recover his memory or reason. But then, would he be able to follow her obediently? She was afraid that he would be ungrateful and cause trouble for her after he recovered his memory. But since he was thanking her in this situation, he shouldn't be too bad. Seems like I need to observe him a little more. She planned in her mind and reached out to put the bucket back in. Come down with me. Then she turned and walked down the stairs. Chiu Lily flashed to the top of the stairwell and stood at the edge to enjoy the wind. Elmar jumped to her side and asked curiously, why did you follow zombie Sister Lin? Well, why do you ask? Chiu Lily glanced at her. Because you were clearly stronger than her before, but you were very obedient to her. You weren't friends in the beginning, right? Elmar looked at her and asked. Well, actually, I wanted to follow her in the beginning. Chiu Lily said, I was the one who pestered her, but after so many days, I think it's not bad to follow her, and she also indulges me. I feel like she's my sister now. But why do you ask me this? Don't forget, if it wasn't for her, I would have dug out your zombie core from the beginning. Chiu Lily was a little dissatisfied with Elmar's question, and turned her head and stared at her with her rabbit-like red eyes. What? I'm just curious. It's not like I'm talking bad about her, why are you so agitated? Elmar shrugged. Then what do you mean? If you don't want to follow her, you can leave. However, if you dare to harm humans in other places, Jojo will not let you off. Of course, I won't let you go either. Without Qiao Qiao's help, you wouldn't be able to recover your memory, let alone speak. Chiu Lily glared at her. Am I that kind of person? No, am I that kind of zombie? Even if I become a zombie, I will still be grateful. Moreover, I didn't say that I wouldn't follow her. It's good to follow her. There was food and drink, yep, there was no food. If he had nothing to do, he could even help fight or something. By the way, I heard that she is going to deal with the Earth Dragon base. I want to go too. It will be fun then. Elmar immediately objected. That's great. Seeing that Elmar really didn't mean that, Chiu Lily retracted her expression. By the way, is your family still around? Did she help you recover your memory? Elmar asked. No, I have my memories with me to begin with. I brought it along when I turned into a zombie. My family all turned into zombies. Chiu Lily looked into the distance. She thought that after she turned into a zombie, she would live a lonely life without anyone to rely on. But she didn't expect that she would meet Lin Qiao. After being together with Lin Qiao, she didn't want to live that kind of lonely life anymore. She was originally a very dependent person. After living as a zombie with memories for 5 years, her heart was actually on the verge of collapse. Perhaps in another 3 to 5 years, she really didn't know what kind of things she would do. You are the one who is more dependent, right? Probably afraid of living alone, and with memories, this is the most lonely. Fortunately, I have been in amnesia these years, and my mind is not fully developed. Otherwise, it would be too scary to live alone for so many years. Elmar sighed and continued, but fortunately, we met Sister Zombie now. We can all be companions, and we won't be lonely in the future. Well, yes. And we also have a home in the future. Chio Lily nodded. She looked back at the row of buckets behind her. She suddenly said, I also want to take a bath. I want to go down and ask Chow Chow for lake water. After saying that, she suddenly turned around and floated down from the top of the stairs. She turned around and ran down the stairs. Hey! Wait for me, I also want to go. Elmar saw that she disappeared in the blink of an eye, and with a strange cry, she also jumped down. After Lin Qiao brought the old man down to the 5th floor, they found an empty room in a remote place. After entering, they put the buckets in the bathroom, and then left the bathroom, standing by the door and looking at the old man. Okay, this place should be fine, right? You are so troublesome, she said snappily. The old man walked in, then stood by the bathroom door and looked inside. He looked left and right, up and down. Then he walked in, turned around, and closed the door. Outside the door, Lin Qiao, she covered her forehead. Why did she let this old man do this? But now she didn't have time to think about this, let him soak here first. Lin Qiao turned around and went out of the room, and saw Xie Dong standing outside the door waiting. Come in with me, she said, and then pulled him into the space. Xie Dong entered the space, and was suddenly attacked by a large number of zombies, causing his body to tense up. In the end, he saw that the space was several times bigger than before, and there was a large number of zombies moving around. Lin Qiao stood by the lake, and then began to take off her clothes. Xie Dong first observed the surrounding situation, and when he turned his head, he saw that Lin Qiao had already taken off her clothes. Xie Dong looked at Lin Qiao with a dumbfounded expression, and after she took off her clothes, she was suddenly surrounded by a black aura. The black aura only surrounded her upper body to her thighs, and below her knees were all exposed. After Lin Qiao took off her clothes and pants, she began to walk down barefoot. When Xie Dong came back to his senses, Lin Qiao had already entered the water. Soon, only her head was above the water, and she turned around and said to Xie Dong, take off your clothes, and come down yourself. Xie Dong's eyes widened, and he was a bit dumbfounded. Why did she have to take off her clothes? This water is for drinking. Don't tell me you want to come down with your clothes on. If it wasn't for the fact that you guys had to be at the bottom of the lake to level up, I wouldn't have asked you guys to come down. Stop dawdling, hurry up and come down, Lin Qiao said to him. Xie Dong didn't dare to move, the energy in the water was too strong, and that kind of dangerous pressure kept attacking him. Just standing by the lake made him very uncomfortable, let alone going into the water. So after Lin Qiao went down to the bottom of the lake, she waited for a while, but she didn't feel any movement from Xie Dong. Chapter 530. Lin Qiao came out of the water. She gathered the energy in the lake and wrapped it around her body. What's wrong? She asked Xie Dong in confusion. Xie Dong pointed at the lake and didn't say anything. Lin Qiao looked back at the lake and suddenly understood. The energy in the lake was too overbearing. It was giving him a lot of pressure. Oh, I see. Let me see what I can do to make you come down. Lin Qiao was troubled. The energy in the lake was too strong. She couldn't just tie Xie Dong down. How come Elmar wasn't this afraid last time? Was it because the energy in the lake wasn't so strong? Or was it because Elmar's level was higher? Or both? While Lin Qiao was thinking of ways to make Xie Dong go down, Chio Lily and Elmar went to the door of the old man's room. They couldn't feel Lin Qiao's presence. Ha! Did he go in? Elmar looked around. The old man is here. He must have brought Xie Dong into the space, Chio Lily said. Then we can only wait, Elmar said. Chiu Lily and Elmar turned around and left. Even if the two of them or Lin Qiao weren't here to suppress him, the old man inside wouldn't have run downstairs. The people on the roof were the same. They all knew it was a forbidden area downstairs. Without Lin Qiao or Chiu Lily's order, they didn't dare to go downstairs. This old man is a bit weird. His situation is similar to yours. Chiu Lily suddenly said to Elmar while walking. Elmar looked at her blankly and asked, "He is a bit weird, but how is he like me?" Chiu Lily stopped and turned her head to stare at her. "Before you recovered your memory, your behavior was also weird. You are like this old man. Although your actions are not in the same direction, it feels the same. And you like to steal children. Are you a human trafficker?" After saying that, she glanced at Elmar disdainfully from the corner of her eyes, then turned around and continued walking. "What? Can you not talk about other people's dark history? Besides, I was sick back then. Pooh, I lost my memory and was mentally ill. That's normal. I have always liked children. What's wrong with that?" Elmar said, unconvinced. "Because you were caught by Qiao Qiao because you stole a child. You still dare to follow her here. If Jojo didn't say that I can't kill you, I would have killed you as an ordinary zombie." "Humph," Chiu Lily snorted proudly. Fine, whatever you say. Your hair is long." "You're right." Elmar rolled his eyes. Of course, her eyes would only roll into a patch of black. In the space, Lin Qiao was soaking in the water and thinking for a while. She suddenly said to Xie Dong, "Wait a minute. If you feel no pressure later, come down immediately." Then, she dived into the water and began to control and gather all the energy in the lake with her hands at the bottom of the water. After a while, Xie Dong, who was on the shore, suddenly felt that the pressure in the lake was slowly decreasing. He was not the only one who felt it. The zombies behind the building and the zombies on the lawn across the lake also felt it. Lin Qiao, who was at the bottom of the lake, gathered all the energy into his head. The dark green energy gathered into a ball above her head, but it didn't stay in place. Lin Qiao's heart tightened, and after gathering the energy, then, she used her spiritual power to slowly compress the moving energy, until it became a big ball. Lin Qiao gently moved the ball to the side. She didn't dare to let go. She kept it like this, waiting for Xie Dong to come down himself. Xie Dong found that the pressure in the water was getting smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. He then walked into the water. When he reached the water, he dived into the water and found that it was dark below. In his eyes, he couldn't see the color of the energy. Moreover, the energy had already been gathered by Lin Qiao to the bottom of the lake. In the water, Lin Qiao's breath became lighter, but it didn't affect his senses. Xie Dong swam down towards Lin Qiao, but when he was a few meters away from her, he stopped. Because of the gathered energy, the pressure was even more terrifying. Lin Qiao turned her head and looked at the naked Xie Dong, who was only wearing a pair of underwear. She used one hand to stabilize the energy, and with the other hand, she waved at Xie Dong. Xie Dong understood what she meant. Although he was very resistant to the energy, he knew that he had to get through this before Lin Qiao could level him up. Lin Qiao's separated hands shook, and suddenly there were 2 shiny zombie cores. On her way back, she killed a few disobedient zombie leaders. Xie Dong carefully swam to her side, and then stepped on the ground to take the zombie cores from her hand. He knew that if he absorbed the 2 zombie cores himself, the effect would definitely not be as good as Lin Qiao helping him in the lake. After he took the zombie cores, Lin Qiao let him turn his back to her to absorb the energy. Then, she put her hand on his back. The energy that Xie Dong absorbed was led to his heart by Lin Qiao using the energy in the lake. Then, she filtered it and sent it to his mind. Just like that, Lin Qiao leveled up Xie Dong in her space. Qiu Lily waited for her outside while looking at the zombie leaders on the roof. A few hours after Lin Qiao returned, Wu Qingyue and Haiqing also received the news that she had led her team back. Oh, she's back. So fast. I thought she would come back after 10 days or half a month. She was only gone for a few days. Wu Qingyue smiled as he looked at Xiao Liqing. She's back, and she's not the only one who came back. She also brought a few thousand people from the south. Those are the old subordinates of Hades base. Xiao Liqing nodded. Is that so? Didn't you say that those people were suppressed by Long Yubai and Yang Jianhua? Wu Qingyue asked curiously. Oh, that's another piece of information. I heard that Miss Lu went to the south. Not only did she save everyone, but she also killed Yang Jianhua and a rank 6 Earth Dragon metahuman. Then, she threw all the people who stayed in Hades base, as well as those who betrayed Hades base and surrendered to Earth Dragon to feed the zombies. Xiao Liqing said. So that's how it is. She seems to have been too protective of the Lin family before, so she won't let the enemies of the Lin family go. Wu Qingyue nodded. This was what he had always been puzzled about. Why would Lu Tianyu protect the Lin family, which was previously untouchable? It's not just that, although I don't know why. But after this Miss Lu came back from the south this time, she changed even more. When he heard that he had broken through to the next level, his aura became even sharper. Before she left, she didn't have much control over the upper city base. This time, when she came back, she suddenly took control of the entire base in her hands. Even Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and the others have quietly listened to her arrangements. Now. Chapter 531. Hearing Xiao Liqing's report, Wu Qingyue was also surprised. You mean, she's now the leader? The leader of the new base. That's right. I'm just curious why Yuan Tianqing is suddenly willing to let her take over. She's clearly one of Hai Cheng's. A zombie, right? Has her strength increased again? Xiao Liqing crossed his arms and pondered. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face was faint, but his eyes flickered slightly. She's a zombie, but Yuan Tianqing and the others are willing to take a lower position in front of her. There must be some secret behind this. He was getting more and more curious about the relationship between the female zombie and Hades group. I think so too. They built a human base, but they let zombies be the leader. This is a bit puzzling. Xiao Liqing nodded in agreement. Wu Qingyue turned to Wu Yueling and said, Lingling, your zombie mother is back. When Daddy is done here, Daddy will take you to her place to play, okay? Wu Yueling was drawing next to him. When she heard his words, she immediately turned to look at him and nodded at him with bright eyes. Xiao Liqing looked at Wu Yueling's reaction and felt it was particularly magical. He didn't know what magic Lu Tianyu cast on Lingling to make Wu Yueling like her so much. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but ask, what did she do to Lingling? Lingling likes her so much. Wu Qingyue narrowed his eyes and replied with a faint smile, I'm investigating this issue now. Well, if you can find anything, you can tell me. After Xiao Liqing went out, Wu Yueling climbed to Wu Qingyue's side and shook his hand. Wu Qingyue looked down at her, okay, I got it. I'll take you there soon. But you can only go after Daddy is done. Although it was said to wait for him to finish his work, as the leader, there would never be a day when his work would end. And Wu Yueling had long forgotten that Lin Qiao once said that he would come to Haiqing to see her when he came back. Anyway, Wu Yueling was also a person of action, so the first thing she wanted to do was to find Lin Qiao. But she wasn't so easy to fool. Hearing Wu Qingyue say this, she immediately puffed up her face and stared at him with big eyes. Who knew how long he would have to wait for him to finish his work? Wu Qingyue put her on his knees with a smile and said, "Believe me, it will be very soon." Wu Yueling looked at him doubtfully and nodded reluctantly. "Can you tell me why Lingling likes her so much?" Wu Qingyue asked curiously. Wu Yueling looked at him and thought for a moment. But he didn't know how to express himself. Because the zombie mother gave her delicious strawberries, big rabbits, and beautiful dragonfly grass dolls. She liked grass dolls the most. Thinking of this, Wu Yueling immediately turned around and took out the straw doll hidden under the sofa pillow. Then, she stretched it out to show Wu Qingyue. "Oh, did she use this to bribe you?" Wu Qingyue looked at the exquisitely crafted straw doll and asked with a smile. However, Wu Yueling put down the grass doll and picked up her small drawing board. She drew a circle on it, followed by a long ear and 2 eyes on the top of the circle. "Is Lingling drawing a rabbit?" Wu Qingyue watched curiously as she finished her drawing. Wu Yueling nodded her head vigorously. Wu Qingyue smiled at her drawing of a rabbit but didn't say anything. In the afternoon, Xiao Liqing came back with Long Yubai's report. He sent people to Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire Base as soon as he got back. I'm guessing he told them about the level 7 zombie king in the south or upper city. The south. Wu Qingyue didn't understand. Miss Liu. She killed Yang Jianhua in the south. Long Yubai must have received the news when he got back. He'll know there's a high-level zombie there. Xiao Liqing said. Wu Qingyue nodded in understanding. That's true. But his expression quickly faded. A level 7 zombie king is a big temptation to other bases, especially places like Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire Base. They've always been ambitious. You're right. I also found out that Long Yubai has instigated a few people in our base to defect to him. He's bought a lot of information about our base. I think his next target might be our base. Xiao Liqing handed over all the intelligence in his hands to him. Oh. Wu Qingyue smiled as soon as he heard that. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but a cold glint flashed across his narrowed eyes. Are you sure? Is he really planning to do that? What a big appetite, and a lot of guts. Xiao Liqing looked back at him, his face expressionless. He knew Wu Qingyue's smile meant he was angry. What do we do now? I've got the people who sold us the information under control. What should we do with them? He asked. Adepts? Wu Qingyue asked. Yes, 1 level 5 and 3 level 4. Xiao Liqing nodded. Cripple them, then throw them out to feed the zombies. Don't you know that's part of the base's regulations? Wu Qingyue smiled at him. Xiao Liqing nodded. Understood. When he left, Wu Qingyue rested his elbows on the desk, his fingers clasped together under his chin. His lips were still curled up, but there was no mirth in his eyes. Sea City Base never offended others, but that didn't mean others could offend them. Although he had temporarily lost a leader-level character, and the newly promoted Xiao Yunlong's strength was a bit lacking, but he was still capable enough. If he dared to point his spear at him, then he would make sure that Long Yubai wouldn't be able to return. On the other side, after a few hours, Lin Qiao had successfully raised Xie Dong's level. After Xie Dong went ashore, Lin Qiao released the wriggling dark green energy in her hand. The energy was like a bomb that had just exploded, fiercely expanding. Even Lin Qiao was pushed far away in an instant, although it didn't cause any harm to her. However, Xie Dong, who was wearing clothes on the shore, saw the middle of the lake suddenly bulge, and then quickly fall back down. Then the oppressive feeling immediately appeared. Maybe it was because he had been promoted to a level 5 leader, or because his body actually carried a lot of the energy in the lake, but this time he felt the oppressive feeling in the lake was a bit smaller. But even if it was a bit smaller, it still had a very serious impact on him. Xie Dong hurriedly hugged his clothes and retreated a few meters, then he breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, he saw Lin Chao's head emerge from the water, and then she swam toward the shore. Chapter 532. When Lin Chao walked ashore, her body was surrounded by a circle of black fog, covering her body. After she got dressed, she ran her fingers through her wet hair and walked to Xie Dong's side. I remember before you died, your ability was fire. Now you are level 5. There is a difference between a zombie's level 5 ability and a human's. Do you feel it? Just like how she was now a level 7 king, but her current strength was enough to fight against a level 8 expert. Although she might not win, she definitely wouldn't die. Of course, all of this required her strong physique and special attack abilities. Xie Dong listened to her words and raised his hand to sense it with his eyes closed. He wanted to release his ability, but found that it seemed to be restricted by something. Oh, the air here has 90% suppression on your abilities, except for me. Go out and try again. Lin Chao said to him and pulled his arm to bring him out of the space. She thought that it would take a long time for Xie Dong to level up. She didn't expect to look at her watch and see that it was only 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Xie Dong had only been leveling up for less than 6 hours. After coming out, Xie Dong immediately felt the growth of his strength. His eyes also flashed with a faint red color. Now, he looked a bit like a zombie because the whites of his eyes were white, so people habitually didn't think of him as a zombie. They appeared outside the room where the old man was bathing. Lin Chao sensed the old man's position and found that he was still bathing inside, so she didn't bother with him anymore. She looked at Xie Dong and found that after Xie Dong's level increased, his aura had also changed. He had always been a person with no sense of existence, and after becoming a zombie and following her, he had even less sense of existence. Now that his level had increased a bit, his sense of existence had increased a bit. But just a little bit. For someone like him, it was very suitable for him to work as an intelligence agent. Okay, go back and prepare. 3 days later, find Li Sheng and the others and set off together. Lin Chao said to him. Xie Dong nodded and was about to leave. Hey, wait a minute, you still can't speak. Lin Chao suddenly called out to him. Although she didn't have to wait until she was level 7 to be able to speak, because Lu Jun was only level 4. But what if she could speak a long time ago? Xie Dong looked back at her, opened his mouth to try, and then shook his head in disappointment. Even though he had leveled up this time, he still couldn't speak. Lin Chao said with some regret, well, it seems that you still need to break through to the next level before you can speak. Alright, you go back first. She waved her hand at Xie Dong. After Xie Dong turned and left, Lin Chao stood there with his hands crossed in front of his chest, squeezing his cleavage. She wondered what was going on. Lin Chao thought for a moment and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She thought of a key factor. Little Man. She remembered that only Little Man had the ability to heal, and she herself didn't seem to have it. Even if they were able to control the energy at the bottom of the lake, they could only filter and purify the energy that the other zombies absorbed to level up. In other words, there was no way for her to repair the other zombies, so she had to wait for their own repair system to be activated by the energy of the lake, so that they could repair themselves. It seemed that this could only be activated when they reached level 6 or 7. Because the level was too low, the energy in the lake didn't have much of an effect. So now, if she wanted to help these zombies recover their memories or speak, it would depend on their own luck. Not everyone could be like Elmar, who had risen to the 7th level and could speak. Although the energy in the water had a healing effect, the effect wasn't that great, and even if Lin Qiao needed to guide them, the effect wouldn't be that obvious. At this time, 2 people came down from the hallway. Qiao Lily ran towards her, and Elmar followed behind her. "You're out. So fast this time, I thought you were going to do it tomorrow." Qiao Lily came over and grabbed Lin Qiao's arm. "Oh, it didn't take that long this time. Maybe Xie Dong's level wasn't high enough, so he broke through very smoothly." Lin Qiao smiled at her. "I also want to take a bath, quickly put some lake water in the bathroom," Qiao Lily said to her coquettishly. Lin Qiao nodded, "Yes, that's fine." "Ah, Meng Meng can also go back to your room and take a bath. I'll put some water on both of you." Then she went to their room and filled their bathroom with lake water. Then she stood at the bathroom door and gestured for them to come in. "Please use it." Qiao Lily looked at the small amount of lake water, and her eyes lit up. Because there was only a small amount of water, the energy in it didn't have much of an impact on Qiao Lily and the other zombies. Instead, they could absorb it, so they liked to soak in the lake water. "Oh, you guys go ahead. I'm going to Wushan to see how the farming is going." Lin Qiao smiled at Qiao Lily. "Okay. Go." Qiao Lily nodded. She didn't want to talk to her anymore, she just wanted to take a bath. After Lin Qiao left the room, she went downstairs and walked through the lobby. In the lobby, those who had a meeting in the conference room stopped and nodded at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao nodded to them and strode out of the door. She sat in the car that Duan Wan had parked in front of the hotel, and Duan Wan was sitting in the driver's seat waiting for her. "Go to Wushan," Lin Qiao said. "Okay." Duan Wan nodded and turned the car around. Even if she hadn't been there before, she knew the general direction. Lin Qiao gave her directions all the way to Wushan and stopped at the side of the field. Roar dash! Suddenly, they saw a car coming, and there was the smell of humans. Except for Lu Jun and Shen Yuzhen, the other zombies all roared at Lin Qiao's car. Lin Qiao got out of the car and looked at the land that they had turned over. Her eyes were good, and she could even see a lot of seedlings that had just emerged. She walked down from the side of the road and looked at the situation in the field while walking towards the small wooden house. "What, you don't welcome me back?" Lin Qiao said to the 3 zombies that were roaring at her. Roar dash! The 3 zombies immediately shrunk their necks when they saw Lin Qiao coming. They were so scared that they turned around and ran, and subconsciously ran towards Lu Jun. Because the pressure on Lin Qiao's body was too terrifying. Although she was a level 7 level 2 king, the pressure was almost beyond level 7 and was close to level 8. A level 8 zombie was a zombie emperor that hadn't appeared in the whole country yet. "Aya, how dare you run? You're not afraid of me anymore." Lin Qiao looked at the zombies that ran behind Lu Jun and said with dissatisfaction. Chapter 533. When you went out, your aura changed again. How is it? Have you recovered your memory? Lu Jun was originally squatting on the ground working. She didn't stand up even after Lin Qiao's car stopped. Only when she walked over did she stand up and ask. "And I remember everything." Lin Qiao walked over and nodded. She continued, "I remember everything. Young Jianhua was also killed by me. But he died before I recovered my memory. Fortunately, I was the one who killed him. If he died in the hands of someone else, would be so angry. Really, that's great. Congratulations. You've recovered your memory. You're still our leader." Lu Jun heard her words and immediately became happy. "This time, I brought back 2,000 to 3,000 survivors of Hades." "And Lin Qiao touched her belly and suddenly said, "Actually, you guessed correctly last time. Little man is indeed my child, a child that existed before I died." Lu Jun and Duanwan, who was behind, looked at Lin Qiao in shock. At the same time, they looked down at the place where her hand was covering in disbelief. "No way. I really guessed it right. Little man is really your child? Her soul came with you." That's not right. You said it yourself." Lu Jun looked at Lin Qiao in disbelief. At that time, she only asked if little man called her mother, could it be her child? She didn't even say anything. It was Lin Qiao who said it herself. "I don't know if it's a soul, but it's more appropriate to say it's a consciousness." But the child was indeed 2 to 3 months old at that time. "I owe her a lot. I'm not a good mother." Lin Qiao lowered her head. Although she didn't have any expression on her face, her aura became gloomy. So magical. The child wasn't even formed then. How could it come with you? And from the looks of it now, its growth speed is simply monstrous. Lu Jun stared at her belly and said, Wait a minute. Leader, you're pregnant." Duanwan, who was stunned for a few seconds, finally regained her senses. However, he still interrupted the two of them with a dumbfounded expression. "Oh, you don't seem to know. The baby is still in my stomach." Lin Qiao turned around and said to Duanwan with a smile. Looking at this woman who was usually very steady, but now, she had a confused expression on her face, Lin Qiao found it very amusing. Why is it still in your stomach? Isn't little man in your space?" Lu Jun interrupted again. "What the hell is going on?" Both of them asked Lin Qiao in unison. Don't get too worked up, both of you." Lin Qiao looked at the two of them, then turned around and walked to the cabin. He took a wooden stool and sat down. "Come, I'll tell you from the beginning. After I turned into a zombie, the child didn't actually wake up. He only appeared after I woke up for a while. At that time, she could not speak yet, but she seemed to be staying at the bottom of the lake in the form of an energy body. She was the one who helped me level up quickly. She was also the one who helped me repair my body." Lin Qiao said. Duanwan and Lu Jun looked at her without saying a word. "Later, when I had the strength, I collected a lot of high-level zombie cores and helped her level up. She was able to speak, but her IQ grew very fast, and she seemed to be very mature. At this point, I don't know how she grew up. Now that she has reached level 4, this is a special period, so now she, ran into my stomach." Lin Qiao touched her stomach and said with a smile. Duanwan and Lu Jun couldn't help but look at each other, the two of them did not know what to say. Because this news may have shocked them too much, so they couldn't digest it for a while. But soon, they all came to their senses. After all, Lin Qiao also resurrected into another dead person's body and became a zombie. This was already beyond common sense, so even if little man's existence was very strange, they had already learned from the mistakes of the past, so they accepted it quite quickly. "You are now a zombie, how can this little man become your baby? The space in your womb, can you still hold a baby? Also, can it provide nutrition? Also, you have become a zombie, the eggs should also be dead, and also, even if your eggs are alive, what about the sperm?" Wait, I'm a bit confused now. Lu Jun thought of many problems on Lin Qiao's body, but she felt that these problems seemed to be dead problems. Because she was a person who had a child, she was very concerned about these things. Her question made Duanwan's face full of confusion and curiosity. This. You have to know that little man and I can't use normal thinking. Anyway, now that she has already started to gestate in my womb, when she reaches level 5, she can come out. At that time, you will know what the child is like. Lin Qiao laughed. Using your womb to level up, this is too, magical. Duanwan said with a subtle expression, so when she breaks through level 5, she will become a baby from your identity. Is it really a zombie baby? Maybe. Lin Qiao shook her head. She didn't tell them that the baby actually has another man's genes, so maybe it won't become a zombie baby. But, it should more or less have the attributes of the zombies on her side. Then how do you provide energy to the child? Your body. Lu Jun still looked at Lin Qiao in confusion. Little man doesn't need any energy from my body, she only needs me to find some energy cores or zombie cores, then she can absorb it and grow. It's just that this problem of how long it will take, none of us know. Maybe I will be pregnant with Ineza. Lin Qiao blinked her eyes and said jokingly. Lu Jun and Duanwan both had a face full of confusion, their faces full of the feeling that this world was too mysterious. There is a limit to the amount of energy she can absorb, and after absorbing the energy, she will sleep to digest it. Therefore, we can only tell from how much energy she has absorbed, Lin Qiao said. Speaking of which, if Lin Hao really found some medical equipment, maybe he could see the situation in her womb. So that's how it is, then we can only use a special point of view to observe the formation of little man say, why don't you find a man to try? Maybe your zombie egg can combine with a living sperm, maybe you can give birth to a second-generation zombie. Lu Jun suddenly thought of something and suddenly looked at Lin Qiao and said. Lin Qiao didn't know how to react after hearing this. She just smiled, hey, maybe we can find someone else to try. She wouldn't tell Lu Jun that she already did it with a man. Chapter 534. Okay, let's not talk about this. The situation here seems to be developing quite well. Is it because the seeds have a strong life force? But the soil quality here is still a problem. Lin Qiao stood up and looked at the field outside. No. You can only feel the effects of the surface. You can go down and take a look. There are actually some changes in the soil now. Lu Jun shook his head and denied this point. What changes? Lin Qiao turned to look at her, confused. You'll know when you go down. Lu Jun pointed at the potato field that was closest to them. Lin Qiao walked down and squatted down to take a look. As soon as she got closer, she felt something was different. She finally understood what Lu Jun meant. Lu Jun followed her down and stood next to her. Before planting the seeds, we were worried that the sprouts would be infected by the soil. But we didn't expect the situation to be reversed when it actually grew. Also, the few buckets of energy lake water that you left behind, we took water from the nearby stream and diluted it with the lake water before using it to irrigate the fields. Then the soil began to expand as if it was being purified. Lin Qiao grabbed a handful of soil and muttered, "It was just as I thought. I was just guessing." She guessed that watering the plants with the lake water would prevent them from being infected, but she didn't expect it to be able to purify the soil. She also looked at the roots of the potatoes and noticed that the soil had changed. Although the area was small, Lin Qiao could see that the roots were emitting something similar to the energy in the lake water and the energy of the potatoes. It was this substance that made the soil clean up bit by bit. If this continues, perhaps the soil here will be completely purified. Lin Qiao stood up and looked at the other sprouts. The seeds that Lin Qiao left for Lu Jun and Xie Dong didn't fill up the entire area. Instead, a third of the area was left unplanted. That's a high possibility, but the sprouts haven't been growing for long, so I'm not sure. Lu Jun said. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Oh right, I had the Earth-type zombies dig the place closest to the stream into a large pond. It will be convenient for us to farm here in the future. Sure, how far is it from here? Lin Qiao's eyes lit up as she looked at her and asked. Over there, it should be 700 or 800 meters. Lu Jun pointed to the other side. Lin Qiao stood up and walked towards the location she mentioned. Lu Jun and Duanwan also followed behind her, leaving behind the 3 level 4 zombies that had been hiding behind the cabin. While walking behind Lin Qiao, Lu Jun suddenly looked at Duanwan and said, Captain Duan, I didn't expect to see you again. Hello, my name is Lu Jun. Duanwan was stunned for a moment, then looked at her and nodded. Oh, hello. You also know me. Suddenly being greeted by another unfamiliar zombie, Duanwan felt a little strange. In fact, Lu Jun's appearance had changed a lot compared to before. After soaking in Lin Qiao's energy lake a few times, the dark circles under her eyes had disappeared, leaving only a pair of eyes that were as black as ink. The skin on her face didn't become smooth, but it was still clean, and her face was still pale. Actually, the old subordinates of Hades King's base all know you. You are the captain of the Dark Flame Leader's personal guard. Lu Jun smiled. Oh, so it's like that. Are you from Hades King's base? Duanwan immediately understood what she meant. Yes, when I left Hades King's base, the base was not destroyed yet. Lu Jun nodded as she walked with her. You left the base. Then why are you like this now? Duanwan was stunned for a moment. She could hear a lot of information in Lu Jun's words. Since she was able to leave the base, then she should still be a human. But now that she had become a zombie and was following Lin Qiao, a lot of things must have happened in between. Yes, halfway through, I was abandoned by a man. And that scum also abandoned the child and ran away. So after I became a zombie, my consciousness wasn't clear, but there was a part of me that wanted to protect the child. After a few days, the leader met me. Lu Jun smiled bitterly, then looked up at Lin Qiao. At this time, Lin Qiao turned around. Oh right, Jun, didn't you level up? What ability do you have? She had forgotten to ask her before. Lu Jun looked at her and replied, Oh, I'm a water type. Because she was a water type, she was very sensitive to water molecules. That stream was also sensed by her ability, so she went to look for it. Oh, water type. Lin Qiao nodded. Lu Jun looked up at the sky. It looks like it's going to rain. Duanwan pulled her clothes and looked up at the sky. A cold wind blew past, and the temperature today had indeed dropped a lot. Lin Qiao turned her head to look. Today's weather had been gray. Lin Qiao only felt that the temperature was a bit low, but she didn't know if it would rain. Are you sure? Lin Qiao looked back at Lu Jun. Lu Jun lowered his head and nodded. I can feel it. After walking for a few minutes, they saw a newly dug pond. It wasn't big, and it was only about 100 meters wide. There wasn't much water in it, and it was muddy. Lu Jun said, If it rains, I can collect the rainwater and put it inside. The rainwater is acidic, so I have to put some of the water in my lake. Lin Qiao scratched her chin. That's true, the air quality after the apocalypse is many times worse than before. The rain is very acidic, so a lot of normal plants can't grow. Lu Jun said. Lin Qiao observed the surroundings of the pond, then turned around and walked back. Jun, your level is still too low. Without LoveLore Library suppression, you can't command these level 4 zombies. Lin Qiao said as she walked back. Ah. Lu Jun didn't quite understand what Lin Qiao meant, and looked at her blankly. I want you to be in charge of the development of the land here. Do you have any objections? Lin Qiao asked with a smile. I will arrange for some level 3 to 4 intelligent zombies to share the work with you. You just need to be in charge of commanding them. What do you think? Ah, is that so? Anything I can do is no problem. Lu Jun was stunned for a moment before she reacted. You can do it, you're doing quite well right now. Lin Qiao smiled and said to her. She always felt that Lu Jun, who had nothing to do, was quite diligent about planting, so she had already considered letting her be in charge of this work in the future. Chapter 535. In the future, all the land in this area will be developed into farms. Lin Qiao raised her hand and drew a circle around the surrounding environment, then said, "The things we are going to plant are not just these, we will plant other things in the future. As for the seeds, I will find a time to collect them." Lin Qiao seemed like, other than herself, the other zombies couldn't tell which plants were infected and which plants could be eaten. So the work of collecting the seeds and saplings had to be done by herself. Do you want to expand the planting area? Lu Jun understood what she meant. After seeing her actions, he also had some ideas in his mind. Lin Qiao nodded. Yes, I have seen the entire upper city, this is the most suitable place for planting. Also, there are many plants here, and there is also water. It is suitable. Lu Jun nodded. According to what Lin Qiao said, compared to the other places that were either buildings or wasteland, this place was indeed more suitable. As long as the soil was infected, it would be fine. Lin Qiao returned to the cornfield and looked at the sky. It was already dark. She brought the 3 level 4 zombies into the space. Then she went back to the base with Lu Jun and Duan Wan. Duan Wan, go find Yuan Tianqing and bring him the map of the new base. I will discuss the construction of the base with him. After returning to the base, Lin Qiao asked Duan Wan to find Yuan Tianqing to get the map. Okay. Duan Wan answered and turned to leave. Lin Qiao took Lu Jun to the 5th floor, then went to check on Qiu Lily and the others. She found that they were still soaking in the water, unwilling to get up. She had to wake the old man up. Old man, you can get up. Come to the roof later, I have a task for you. Lin Qiao stood in front of the bathroom door and knocked on it. Roar dash, the old zombie's roar came from inside. Lin Qiao heard his voice and said angrily, "You have been soaking for a whole day, haven't you had enough? If you keep soaking, you will be rotten, you know. Come up quickly." After saying that, she turned around and left the room, then went to the roof. She looked at the row of zombie buckets and said to them, "Time, get up and get dressed." The zombie leader obediently stood up from the water, then turned around and jumped out of the bucket with its back facing Lin Qiao. Then it continued to skillfully put on its clothes. Lin Qiao looked at the row of backs, buttocks, and balls, and silently looked up at the sky. Boy number 4 was not wearing it. He stood beside his clothes and waited. After a while, the female zombie number 2 came over and began to carefully help him put on his clothes. The water they soaked in this time could still be used 2 more times, so Lin Qiao left the bucket there. Number 3, number 4, you 2 stay here. The rest of you can return to your posts, Xiao Lin said to uncle number 3 and little boy number 4 with his arms crossed. The other zombies saw that there was nothing for them to do, and immediately jumped down from the roof and disappeared. The uncle and the little boy were left standing in the same place, looking at Lin Qiao blankly. Lin Qiao waited for a while before the old man slowly walked up from below. She looked at his dry black dragon-embroidered tang suit, and then at the uncle and the little boy's slightly wet clothes. Because as soon as they came out of the water, they put on their clothes without drying the water droplets on their bodies. And this old man must have dried the water droplets on his body before putting on his clothes. As for how he did it, Lin Qiao didn't know, because there were no towels or other fabrics in the bathroom. The old man walked over, pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and stood in front of Lin Qiao. "Old man, why do you still wear these glasses when they're no longer useful?" Lin Qiao stared at the glasses that were perched on the bridge of his nose and asked in a very irksome manner. She had tolerated him for a long time. As a zombie, it was fine if you needed to sit on a clean chair to drink water, and it was fine if you needed to find a separate room to bathe in. His eyes had clearly become zombie eyes, it wouldn't affect his vision at all. The old man still wore that pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose all day long. He even pulled them down so that they did not cover his pitch-black eyes. Roar dash, the old man roared at her with dissatisfaction. Okay, I don't care. Lin Qiao replied speechlessly. Then she ordered the 3 zombie leaders, "I'll give the 3 of you a mission, go over there tonight, kill all the level 4 and 5 zombies, and bring back the zombie cores. You only have 1 night, tomorrow I want to see you bring the zombie cores back here. Do you hear me?" Roar dash, the 3 zombies responded at the same time, and flashed towards the direction of the lower city that Lin Qiao pointed out. The zombies that were level 4 and above in the upper city were basically cleaned up by Lin Qiao. So now they had to start cleaning up the surrounding areas. Of course they couldn't move in the West Lake District, there was a wildlife park there, and there was also the zombie army that Lin Qiao brought back from the south. So it was now a restricted area, without her leadership and orders, no one could go there. So Lin Qiao planned to clean up the lower city, Jianggan District, and Binjiang District next to the upper city, and then go to Gongzhou District, Yuhang District, and Shaoshan District. As for why she asked the 3 zombie leaders to attack together today, one was to see the results of her training, and the other was to prepare enough energy zombie cores for Lu Jun to level up. Lu Jun had been with her for a long time, but her strength was a bit slow. Although she didn't plan to send her out on a dangerous mission, she couldn't be too weak here. Because Lin Qiao brought back a large number of level 4 and 5 zombies, she still needed a few trustworthy zombie subordinates to take care of them. Qiao Lily definitely wouldn't be a problem, her current strength was the 2nd strongest zombie after her, and then El March. But El Mar's personality was unstable, and it was hard to control. Even though she had recovered her memory, her thoughts were still very independent. Lin Qiao didn't trust her for the time being. Xie Dong and Lu Jun. Xie Dong had already reached level 5, and now only Lu Jun was left. When Xie Dong left this time, Lin Qiao would also send a few level 4 zombies to follow him. Even if they couldn't help much, they could still be used as a shield in a dangerous situation, and it would also buy some time for Xie Dong and the others. Seeing that there were no corpses on the roof, Lin Qiao turned around and went downstairs. She returned to her room and sat on the sofa, waiting for Yuan Tianqing to bring up the blueprints. She washed 2 cups and filled them with water on the coffee table. After a while, she heard Duanwan and Yuan Tianqing's footsteps coming from afar. "Come in directly." When the footsteps approached the door, they stopped. Lin Qiao knew that Duanwan would raise her hand to knock on the door, so she asked her to bring them directly in. Chapter 536. Duanwan raised her hand and paused, stopping her action of knocking on the door. Then she put her hand on the doorknob and turned it. Lin Qiao saw the 2 of them walk in and pointed to the sofa on the other side of the table to Yuan Tianqing. "Sit down, have you eaten?" Yuan Tianqing nodded, "Yes, I have." "Is there a problem with you asking me to bring the blueprints?" Lin Qiao waited for him to sit down and took the blueprint from his hand. She carefully looked at the blueprint and asked, "Which side are you going to build the zombie base on?" Yuan Tianqing took the blueprint from her hand and spread it on the coffee table. He used a pen to point at the blueprint. "I want to build this side as a human base. I wanted to wait for you to come back and decide on the zombie area." Lin Qiao looked at the seat he chose and then looked at the other places. In the end, she could only choose the direction of Wushan, then this side, build the wall in the middle higher. How high? Yuan Tianqing knew that the wall she was talking about was to prevent people or zombies from bumping into each other to prevent any accidents. 25 meters, at least. Zombies below level 3 can't jump more than 12 meters high. Level 4 zombies, other than wind-type zombies, can't jump more than 20 meters high. 25 meters is enough for them. The other parts of the zombie city don't need to be built so high. Lin Qiao used her finger to draw a circle around the zombie base. Since they were going to build a zombie city, they had to first consider the dangers and uncertainties of the zombies. Humans were rational, but zombies weren't. Zombies below level 3 were wild and hungry, but level 4 zombies were more balanced. They were more rational, but their appetite didn't decrease. So under the current circumstances, it was important to build the wall a bit higher. But the other walls didn't need to be built so high. There were zombies inside and outside anyway, so there was no need to keep them inside or outside the wall. Also, to build such a large wall, it would take a lot of materials, manpower, and time. Then send people to collect the sand and cement. We need to increase the quantity of these materials. Yuan Tianqing nodded. He had already thought of this problem, so he wasn't surprised. Yes, but you don't have to worry about it. I will let Elmar lead a group of zombies to collect them, so the manpower problem is solved. Lin Qiao looked at him and said casually. Oh. Yuan Tianqing glanced at her. The upper city area has basically all been collected, so from now on, I will let Lin Feng and the others start to expand the area of collection and clearing. Before that, I will also clear out all the zombies and control them, so that they won't hinder their movements. Lin Qiao pointed at the location of Gongzhou District, then drew a circle around Uptown from the direction of Lower Town District and Jianggan District. Your zombie team is quite useful, Yuan Tianqing said with a smile. Alright, that's it for now. After Lin Qiao chose the location, he waved his hand at him and started to chase him away. Since we're done talking about work, can't we talk about personal matters? Yuan Tianqing didn't plan to leave. He just rolled up the drawings and put them away. What do you want to talk about? Lin Qiao picked up the cup beside him and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Let's talk about how you became like this. You actually managed to hide it from us for so long. That's enough. Yuan Tianqing also picked up the cup beside him and drank a mouthful of water. Didn't you already have your suspicions? This way, I won't be hiding it from you. Lin Qiao shrugged. Suspicions are just suspicions. Even if we have suspicions, we can't really treat one person as another. If you didn't say it, we wouldn't dare to believe that it was really you. Yuan Tianqing looked at her and said. Actually, you are also half believing, but the degree of your belief is greater than the degree of your disbelief. Do you think I don't know you? Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at him. Now that you said it, I actually kind of believe it. Yuan Tianqing let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Lin Qiao understood him. She could at least guess what he was thinking. When Lin Qiao said what she just said, it was indeed what he was thinking. He didn't know that Lin Qiao actually directly sensed his thoughts. So. Lin Qiao looked at him and asked. So how did you wake up in this corpse? Body. I heard that this woman wasn't a good person when she was alive. She had a bad reputation. Yuan Tianqing looked at her in confusion. I don't know about that. I was already her when I woke up. And it was not long after I died. I was about to turn into a zombie when I woke up. I have this woman's memory, so I know what kind of person she is. Lin Qiao nodded in agreement. Then why do you say that you don't remember what happened in the past 5 years? I remember that you went to save Lin Feng and the others. If you don't remember, how do you know where they are? Yuan Tianqing continued to ask. Lin Chao slightly looked down at the cup in her hand and answered him, I lost 5 years of memory. I don't know if Lin Feng and my mother are still alive in this world. I was at a loss at that time, and I was prepared that they might have already passed away. But I still wanted to find traces of them. Even if one of them was alive, then I would have a direction and wouldn't be so lost. You went to find them with this kind of thought. Yuan Tianqing looked at her with slight surprise. He imagined that when Lin Qiao was at a loss and didn't know if her loved ones were still alive, she maintained her delusion and went to find them. If they had already become zombies, then wouldn't she have to keep looking? If you can't find them, are you going to keep looking for them for the rest of your life? He said with certainty. This wasn't a question, but a judgment that he came to from his understanding of her personality. Yes, you're right. Lin Qiao nodded. Then she looked up at him, what else could I do? You don't know how rotten the zombie's body was when I woke up. I couldn't even bear to look at it. My consciousness was not stable at that time. If I didn't give myself hope, then I don't know what would happen to me. I don't know if I would be able to maintain my humanity in the end. Yuan Tianqing looked at her and didn't say anything. His mind was filled with the scene that Lin Qiao described. Although he couldn't personally experience that feeling, if he changed his way of thinking, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear it for a while. Lin Qiao said these things to him casually. It was entirely because they used to be like best buddies and best friends. But whether it was on the surface or in her heart, Lin Qiao treated Yuan Tianqing as a brother. On the surface, Yuan Tianqing treated her as a brother, but in his heart, there was an extra layer of special feelings. These things that Lin Qiao didn't know before, but now, ever since she became a zombie and could sense his thoughts, she already knew. Chapter 537. Fortunately, everyone is still alive and well, and I arrived at the critical moment. How fortunate. Lin Qiao smiled in a relaxed manner. I remember, young Jianhua blocked Lin Feng and the others. Yuan Tianqing remembered that when he arrived with serious injuries, he saw young Jianhua being beaten by Qiu Lily. Okay, if you have nothing to say, go back and rest. You have a lot of work to do, don't be lazy here. Lin Qiao chased him away again. This time, Yuan Tianqing didn't refuse, he picked up the blueprint and stood up. Yuan Tianyu walked to the door and opened it. When he walked out, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Duanwan. He wanted to say something, but when he saw the transparent Duanwan beside him, he suppressed what he wanted to say and turned to walk out. He seems to have something to say to you. Duanwan looked at the door and said. Maybe. Lin Qiao didn't care. Then he looked at Duanwan and said, you go back and rest, everything is fine here. All right. Duanwan nodded and left as well. Lin Qiao flashed into the space. She stood outside the grassland and found that many of the vegetables had grown. She turned around and walked towards the strawberry field. She found that many of the strawberries were ripe. These days, she didn't let anyone pick the strawberries and vegetables, so now the vegetables had grown, and the strawberries were a lot more ripe. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the small space. She found that after she absorbed her zombie core, the space had become bigger. The space had become bigger, and the location of the small space had moved to the far back. Only the location of the small building had not moved. Those behind the wall, come out. Lin Qiao shouted at the small building. A few seconds after she shouted, she saw a few figures sneaking out from the other side of the building and slowly walking toward Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao looked at the few level 4 zombies she caught in Hangzhou. She waved at them and said, it's you guys, right? Come, I have a job for you. As soon as the zombies heard that there was work, they immediately changed their sluggish behavior and happily ran towards Lin Qiao. They had nothing to do for the past few days. If they had nothing to do, they couldn't drink the water from the lake. If they couldn't drink the water from the lake, they would feel hungry and empty, especially when they looked at the large lake in front of them, but they couldn't get close to it. This feeling was even more uncomfortable. Come, you, go over there and get 2 boxes. Lin Qiao said to one of the zombies, pointing at the empty boxes on the pile of potatoes. The zombie immediately ran over. Lin Qiao said to the other zombies, you guys, stay here and pick the vegetables. Remember, don't pull down the whole tree. If you want to leave some core leaves, just pluck these old leaves. She squatted down and picked a few leaves while teaching them how to do it. Although these zombies had the intelligence of a child, but in order to make them do things well, they still needed to be taught a few times. Therefore, it took Lin Qiao more than 10 minutes to teach them how to pluck the leaves without damaging the plant. Then she taught them how to put the leaves into the boxes. After teaching them, Lin Qiao stood up and walked towards the small building. After a while, she took out a few clean stainless steel basins from the kitchen and then walked to the strawberry field. You two, come here. Lin Qiao pointed at the 2 zombies who were still picking vegetables and asked them to come over and let them pick the strawberries. The 2 zombies stood up, but they forgot to put the leaves in their hands into the boxes. Hey, wait a minute, put the leaves in your hands into the boxes and then come over. Lin Qiao quickly pointed at the leaves in their hands and said. The 2 zombies hurriedly put the vegetables in their hands into the basket, and then walked to Lin Qiao's side empty-handed. Lin Qiao was about to give them the basins in her hands, but she suddenly thought of something and quickly retracted her hands. Hey, wait a minute. She suddenly thought, these zombies are colorblind. How can they pick the ripe strawberries? They shouldn't be able to tell. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao frowned and sighed speechlessly. She waved at the 2 zombies and said, hey, forget it, you don't need to pick the strawberries here. Let me do it, you go back and pick the vegetables. Roar. The 2 intermediate zombies looked at her with a confused face. Okay, you can't see the color of the strawberries, and you can't smell the fragrance, so you don't know which is ripe and which is not. So you should go pick the vegetables, it's easier to pick vegetables. Lin Qiao looked at them funny, she felt that these zombies' expressions were also very interesting. The 2 zombies silently looked at Lin Qiao for a few seconds, then turned around and went back. Lin Qiao squatted down and began to pick the ripe but not rotten strawberries and put them into the pots. Although little Man was currently in her stomach, she didn't have any sense of existence. Lin Qiao couldn't feel her existence at all, especially when she was asleep. After picking for an hour, Lin Qiao finally filled up all the pots. She picked one up, and without washing it, she just put it in her mouth and took a bite. The soft pulp melted in her mouth. Sour. Other than sour, there was only sour. In fact, the ripe strawberry no longer tasted sour, but Lin Qiao's sense of taste was different, so she could only taste the sour taste. Woof woof woof. At this time, a strange dog barking came from the forest, and then a bald and ugly dog ran out. Strangely, there was a huge king cobra following behind it. Lin Qiao was just about to stand up with 2 full pots of strawberries when he saw the zombie dog being chased by the glasses. Ha! She looked at the 2 strangely. Although the zombie dog was running in front, it was running happily. The big glasses dog chased after it angrily. The eyeglasses airbag on its neck opened, and it chased after the zombie dogs but with its head. Lin Qiao looked at the roguelike zombie dog that was charging towards him. He didn't know how to describe it. When the big glasses bit at it, it easily dodged it. But after dodging, it turned back and roared at the cobra before running away again. So for some unknown reason, the big glasses dog chased after it. Woof woof, the zombie excitedly ran towards Lin Xiao, circled around her to hide on the other side, and then stretched out its head to look at the big glasses dog. The king cobra stopped about 10 meters away from Lin Xiao. It raised its upper body high and looked at Lin Xiao with some vigilance. Although it wanted to rush over and call the zombie dog, it was willing to come over when it saw Lin Xiao. Chapter 538. What are you doing? Lin Xiao turned her head and looked at the zombie dog strangely. Oh woo, the zombie dog barked at her and shook its butt. Lin Xiao looked at its shaking butt and felt that it was very strange. It probably wanted to shake its tail, but it forgot how to do it, so it shook its butt in such a strange way. She turned her head to look at the snake and saw that it had already retracted the air sac on its neck. It turned around and retreated into the forest. Did you bully it again? Lin Xiao glared at the zombie dog. She knew what was going on just by looking at the two of them. Although the snake's injuries hadn't healed yet, it was still chasing after the zombie dog with such vigor. It seemed like its injuries were no longer serious. Woo, the zombie dog shook its head. Okay, go play by yourself. Don't come here and step on my strawberries. Lin Xiao lifted her leg and kicked it. She carried the 2 pots of strawberries back into the building. After putting the 2 pots on the table, she went out and brought the other 2 pots in. The zombie dog lay outside the door and didn't go in. Because there was another little guy in the house, Lin Xiao didn't let it in. Although the zombie dog was very interested in the injured tiger cub, it didn't dare to make Lin Xiao angry. After Lin Xiao placed the 4 pots of strawberries on the table, he walked to the corner of the room and looked at the little tiger that was curled up and sleeping soundly. The cub's injuries hadn't healed yet, but it wasn't life-threatening. Lin Xiao didn't give it any food to eat. She just put a basin of water beside it. At this moment, a gray shadow jumped down from the stairs. Oh whoa! The zombie dog outside the door suddenly raised its head and looked in the direction of the gray furry ball. The gray furry ball came out from the corner of the wall and came under the table and chair. It rubbed against Lin Xiao's feet. It looked at the sleeping tiger cub and slowly moved to the side of its basin of water. It stuck its head out and drank 2 mouthfuls of water. Then, it turned around and ran back to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at it blankly. In the next second, she saw the rabbit hugging her leg and biting her pants. What was this guy trying to do? Before Lin Xiao could finish her thoughts, she saw Gray Rabbit biting her trousers and dragging her out. Lin Xiao curiously followed its strength and walked out. When she looked up, she saw the zombie dog staring at her feet with a piercing gaze. Oh, I see. I know what you want to do. Lin Xiao suddenly came to a realization. She finally understood that the rabbit was using her as a shield because of the existence of the zombie dog. She brought the gray-furred rabbit to the door. The gray-furred rabbit stayed close to her feet and vigilantly stared at the zombie dog. All right, don't stay here and scare the little rabbit. Get out. Lin Xiao waved his hand at the zombie dog, telling it to leave. Woo, the zombie dog, whose eyes were fixed on the rabbit, growled in dissatisfaction at being driven away by Lin Xiao. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'll tie you up with a rope and you won't be able to go anywhere. Lin Xiao pointed at it and glared at it. Woo, the zombie dog immediately turned around and ran. Seeing that it had run far away, Lin Xiao used her foot to nudge the rabbit that was next to her. All right, it's gone. Don't stay close to me, I'm going out. As she spoke, she walked down the steps and headed towards the vegetable field. Looking at the bare vegetables that only had a few stamen leaves left, Lin Qiao speechlessly looked at the few level 4 zombies standing in a line. She pointed to the open space in front of the building and said to the zombies, "Go stand there." She turned around and walked towards the back of the building. The zombies in the small space were all crowding at the entrance of the cave and looking at her. "All right, don't look anymore. Everyone come out and gather." Lin Qiao stood by the wall of the building and shouted at them. Then she stood on the stairs at the door. Not long after, the zombies from the other side of the space rushed over, messily squeezing into a pile in the open space below her. Lin Qiao found a big bucket and went to the lake to fill it with water. She dragged it back to the front of the building and put it aside. "Line up neatly. Didn't I teach you before? Line up." Lin Qiao shouted at them. Qiao waited for more than a minute before the 20 to 30 zombies lined up on their own. Well, it was still crooked. There were still 5 zombie leaders standing on the side, not joining the team. Lin Qiao walked down and pointed at a person in the first row. "You, step back a little." Then he pointed at the other one that was sunken in the back. "You, step forward a little." The 2 zombies that were corrected by her moved back and forth a bit, and then stood neatly in this row. Lin Qiao walked to the back and kicked them one by one. "Remember your positions. Next time you stand in such a mess, I'll kill you." After Lin Qiao organized the team, he walked in front of them and said loudly. She chose a few attack-type zombies, such as fire, wind or ice-type zombies. "The few of you, come out. I have a mission for you. When the time comes, you will leave with Xie Dong and listen to his arrangements. Do you understand?" Lin Qiao chose 5 attack-type zombies and ordered them to stand on the side. The 5 level 4 zombies looked at her blankly. Lin Qiao felt a little headache and rubbed her forehead. The zombies in this space, except for the first batch that she caught in the upper city, she didn't have time to train them. She didn't have time to train the ones she caught on the way to the south. No matter what, just listen to his orders. Do you understand? Lin Qiao could only give them a tough order. Roar dash, although the zombies didn't quite understand, they could only agree first. At this time, Lin Qiao pointed at a zombie at the edge of the 5 zombies, then pointed at the bucket and said, "You, go soak in the bucket." Ow! The zombie looked at her blankly. "What are you howling for? Go when I tell you to go. When I tell you to get up, get up." Lin Qiao shouted at it expressionlessly. Under her threat, the zombie had to walk to the side of the bucket. But soon, it was attracted by the cool and sweet smell of the lake. It lay on the edge of the bucket and put its head in. Seeing him like this, Lin Qiao walked over and gave him a kick on the butt. "I told you to go in to take a bath, why did you stick your head in? Do you want me to carry you in?" Ow! The zombie that was kicked turned around and looked at her blankly, then looked at the bucket. He took a step back, bent his legs, and jumped into the bucket. In the end, he was caught by Lin Qiao in midair with quick reflexes. You, slowly, crawl, in, slowly. Roar! Lin Qiao gritted her teeth and said to him. Then she couldn't help but roar at him. Chapter 539. The zombie that was yelled at by her shrunk its neck and shivered. The other zombies all shrunk their necks after hearing Lin Qiao's yell. "Crawl in slowly. If you jump again, I will kill you." Lin Qiao loosened her hand and put it next to the bucket. This time, the zombie was well behaved, and slowly climbed in from the outside of the bucket. Splash! The water didn't splash out much, but it was a little full. Lin Xiao stood next to it for 3 minutes, then she turned to the zombie in the bucket and said, "Okay. Come out." The zombie in the bucket was stunned. Then he thought of Lin Xiao's tyranny and climbed out reluctantly. He stood next to the bucket dripping wet. He looked at Lin Xiao and then looked at the bucket. He looked back and forth a few times, and his expression showed that he missed the water bucket a lot. "Go back and stand properly. You, come out." Lin Xiao asked the wet zombie to go back to its original position and pointed at the zombie next to him. "Go in." She continued to point at the bucket and said to the second zombie. Maybe because of the first one's lead, the second one climbed into the bucket obediently. After 3 minutes, Lin Xiao called it out again. When it returned to the team, the second zombie's expression was the same as the first one. Both of them were staring at the bucket. Lin Xiao ignored them and called the third one out. She also told him to soak in the bucket for 3 minutes. Then she called it back and continued to call the fourth one. Just like that, when the 5 zombies were all soaked in the bucket, Lin Xiao then started to talk to them. "If you can successfully return from the task I just gave you, then I will let you soak in the bucket until you are satisfied. Then I'll let you soak in this bucket until you're satisfied." Lin Xiao looked at the 5 zombies that had become wet and said. After she said that, the eyes of the 5 zombies lit up and they looked at Lin Xiao with longing. When Lin Xiao saw their expressions, she knew that what she did just now was effective. She wanted these zombies to have a taste of the energy lake and then they would have a great desire for this benefit. This way, when they followed Xie Dong out, they wouldn't have to worry about running away. Of course, Lin Xiao was also prepared for them to run away. Of course, if you dare to run away on your own during the mission, you will be punished accordingly. Then, I'll ask Xie Dong to kill all of you. She narrowed her eyes and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she spoke with a smile. Although she was smiling, her smile was very cold, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. All the zombies who met her eyes immediately lowered their heads or looked away. Fear, dread, guilt, and other emotions occupied their minds. "Do you understand?" Lin Xiao put away his strange smile and shouted at the 5 zombies with an expressionless face. "Roar!" The 5 zombies responded weakly. "Don't worry, be obedient and I won't kill you. Also, it would be great if you could soak in the energy water. Am I right? But if you don't listen to me, then even if I don't kill you now, it won't be long before you die. You will also be killed by other humans." Lin Xiao said to them. The zombies didn't dare to make a sound and looked at her carefully. "All right, I'll bring you out in a bit. Get ready, I'll bring you out in a bit. As for the others, don't move." Lin Xiao said loudly, turned around and left the space. She walked out of her room, then walked to Xie Dong's room and directly raised her hand to knock on the door. Xie Dong quickly came out and opened the door. When he saw Lin Xiao, he immediately gave way. After Lin Xiao came in, she said, "I'll send 5 level 4 zombies to lead the team for you. If they don't listen to you, you can deal with them according to the severity of the situation. If you can, it's okay to just kill them. Zombies that don't follow orders will be a hidden danger in the future." Xie Dong was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Then he saw Lin Xiao flash in front of him and then disappeared. But within a few seconds, he saw her dragging a bundle of wet zombies in front of him. Looking at the carpet that was drenched by the zombies, Xie Dong silently raised his head and waved at them. A hot wind blew on their bodies, and soon the water droplets on their bodies were dried. "Your mission is to secretly protect Li Sheng and the others, and also to pass messages or come back to get supplies. As zombies, as long as you don't face humans, there won't be too much of a hindrance. Do you understand this?" Lin Xiao stood on the side, crossed her arms and said. Xie Dong nodded. Lin Chao then said to the 5 level 4 zombies, when you go out, you have to listen to him, understand? Roar, the 5 zombies all responded to her. Okay, then come out and go to the room next door. Listen, without my or his orders, don't come out of the room. Understand? Lin Chao walked to the door, opened it, pointed to the door next door, and looked back at the 5 zombies. The 5 zombies walked out one by one, and then stood outside the door next door. They blankly looked at the closed door, not knowing what to do next. They didn't know how to open the door, and they couldn't scratch, right? Lin Chao walked out and looked at the dumbfounded zombies. She sighed, walked over, and stretched out her hand to help them. Watch, next time do it yourself. Phew. The 5 zombies' expressions became complicated. Their originally scary faces became a little awkward because of the frown. Go in. What are you waiting for? Lin Chao waved her hand towards the door. After seeing them all go in, she closed the door. Lin Chao suddenly felt very tired. These level 4 zombies were really like children. She was afraid of taking care of children. Back in front of Xie Dong's door, Lin Chao said to him, I'll leave them to you. Xie Dong nodded. Lin Chao turned around and looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock at night. She thought about it, and finally decided to stop in front of Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying's room. She raised her hand and knocked on the door, and soon the door was opened from the inside. Leader, it's so late. Long Qingying and Lin Wenwen lived in the same room. After seeing it was Lin Chao, she subconsciously looked back at Lin Wenwen who was in the room. Lin Chao also followed her line of sight, and saw that his sister who didn't like to exercise was doing a horse dance. That's right, she was doing a horse dance. Lin Chao walked into the room curiously, and saw that Lin Wenwen's face was already red, and her legs were also trembling. How long has she been? Lin Chao walked to the other side, and waved her hand on the tea cabinet. A few pots of strawberries appeared on the table of the cabinet. 40 minutes, I think. Hey, the strawberries in your space are so ripe. Long Qingying replied. Yeah, I haven't picked them for a long time, so they're a lot ripe. Lin Chao nodded. That's true, there's no season in your space, but the strawberries are still bearing fruit. Long Qingying said strangely, you're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.